I understand the raw feelings following the awful terror attack in Pahalgam on 22 April. I once again strongly condemn that attack and extend my condolences to the families of the victims. Targeting civilians is unacceptable, and those responsible must be brought to justice through credible lawful means. It is also essential, especially at this critical hour, to avoid a military confrontation that could easily spin out of control. Now is the time for maximum restraint and stepping back from the brink. That has been my message in my ongoing outreach with both countries. Make no mistake, a military solution is no solution. And I offer my good offices to both governments in the service of peace. The United Nations stands ready to support any initiative that promotes de-escalation, diplomacy, and the renewed commitment to peace.
Relations between the nuclear-armed neighbors have nosedived since gunmen killed 26 people on April 22nd in an attack targeting Hindu tourists in Indian Kashmir in the Baisaran Valley near the town of Pahalgam, the worst-such assault on civilians in India in nearly 2 decades. India has accused Pakistan of involvement. Islamabad has denied the allegations but said it has intelligence that New Delhi intends to launch military action against it soon. The diplomatic flare-up and exchanges of small arms fire across the border in Kashmir have alarmed the world and regional powers. India's Interior Ministry has asked several states to conduct mock security drills on May 7th to ensure civil preparedness, a government source told Reuters on Monday. The drills will include measures such as implementing air raid warning sirens, updating evacuation plans, and training various members of the society to respond in case of any attacks, the source added. Moody said the standoff could hurt Pakistan's $350 billion economy, which is on a path to recovery after securing a $7 billion bailout program from the International Monetary Fund last year and staving off a default threat. Residents of Signaturetv, a village near the de facto border between Pakistan-administered and Indian-administered Kashmir, said they were living in uncertainty and fear on Monday as tensions between the two countries simmer. Relations between the nuclear-armed states have nosedived since gunmen killed 26 people on April 22nd in an attack targeting Hindu tourists in India, Kashmir, the worst such assault on civilians in India in nearly 2 decades. A shopkeeper in Signaturetv, Sadiq Mughal, said people's plans and businesses had come to a halt because of the uncertain situation. The Himalayan region of Kashmir lies at the heart of decades of hostility, opens new tab between Hindu-majority India and Islamist Pakistan, both of which claim it in full but rule it in part. Lisbon residents were uncertain on Monday about the outcome of the upcoming early election as an electoral campaign kicked off ahead of the snap general election on May 18th. In a survey released March 31, Portugal's governing centralized Democratic Alliance, AD, extended its lead, though the projection showed was still falling short of a parliamentary majority. AD coalition leader Luis Montenegro's government failed to secure a vote of confidence from Parliament after the opposition questioned his integrity over the dealings of his family's consulting firm. A year ago, the AD won the national election with 28.8% of the vote, marginally above the Socialist 28%. While anti-immigration sentiment is expected to play in the elections, far-right party Chega has been treading water in opinion polls after a surge in the previous election last year when it came third and quadrupled its parliamentary representation. Romanian Prime Minister Marcel Ciolacu resigns his post on Monday after a candidate backed by his pro-Western coalition failed to make it to the runoff in a presidential election on Sunday. His center-left socialists would withdraw from the coalition while cabinet ministers will stay on in an interim capacity until a new majority emerges after the presidential runoff, he says. Mining in Peru's northern district of Patas will be suspended for 30 days. President Dina Boluarte said on Monday after 13 gold mine workers in the area were kidnapped and killed by illegal miners. Peru's government also plans to set up a military base and implement a curfew lasting from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the district. On Sunday, miner Pedrosa said the bodies of 13 workers from a local firm, R&R, which held a mining contract with Pedrosa, had been recovered by police after they were kidnapped last month. Peru is the world's third largest copper producer, but the deposits of the red metal are largely in the south. Gold and silver are mined in the north. Pedrosa alleged that nearly 40 people, including contractors and artisanal miners, have been killed recently in Patas at the hands of criminal gangs. Since 2020, illegal miners have taken over several areas under Pedrosa's control. The area had already been under a state of emergency with heavy police and military presence due to prior attacks on Pedrosa's operations. Peru's mining and energy minister, George Montoro, said the 30-day pause could be extended. And as the news is out, many thanks for watching. Join me in another 5 minutes for the morning show. Just stay with us. Welcome everyone, welcome. It's Tuesday, lovely Tuesday morning it is, the 6th of May 2025. Good morning to you and yours from wherever you are. This is Signature Morning, hope you're good. So in one of the news items just a couple of minutes ago, we talked about the Nigeria First economic policy by the president. And he says that Nigeria is going to basically going forwards prioritize everything local contents, including consultants. In fact, they say in that particular report that Nigeria is going to start looking at sourcing expatriates within the country before thinking about bringing anybody, and it has to go through some rigorous processes if you have to go out to get things or even import foreign goods. And I do not think that they have thought it through really, because again we have a president who for the life of me hasn't patronized Nigerian doctors ever since he started going out for his checkups. And so I wonder really if this is going to be just about for the people and not for the leaders. You hardly hear the president of France or the president of the United States, take medical leave out of the country that he governs. But I wonder whether this would also affect the way and manner that he patronizes foreign doctors and foreign hospitals than the Abuja clinic that is within the states or within the country that we have. I don't know. I'm just thinking through it, but we'll see about that next. We are up with the headlines on our newspapers this morning. Let's go to it. So we begin on the Nigerian Tribune this morning, and on the Tribune, FEC okays Nigeria First economic policy to prioritize local industry, bans unjustified imports, executive order coming to backup initiative. Tony Elumelu bags Gabon's highest national awards. Naira depreciates as crude oil price falls below $60. Benue Assembly will study, debate Rep's invitation letter today, says Speaker. Bandits sack 3 Bochi villages, kill 15, injures many. Wike for Bara fields, tax reform bills, constitution review, insecurity top agenda as National Assembly reconvenes. Farmers in Ondo, Ekiti, Osun lament deaths of skilled labor, cost of inputs. 2027, Atiku still weighing options, may not quit PDP. Plans last-minute rescue efforts to save party, says source. Dangote hails Tinubu for revolutionary change in oil and gas to save Nigeria. 2025 UTME result analysis, over 1.5 million score less than 200 points. All the details on the Nigerian Tribune. And now over to the Daily Trust newspaper. The Daily Trust, police launch probe as 5 children die inside abandoned vehicle. Wow. 2025 UTME, over 75% score below 200. Constitution review, insecurity, tax bills, top agenda as National Assembly resumes today. Crisis in Niger Delta. Development Commission over scholarship scheme. 25 killed as bandits, vigilantes clash in Bochi. New NNPCL leadership supporting my $20 billion refinery, says Dangote. Gazan starve as Israel plans expanded operations. Woman in courts for marrying 2 husbands. Interesting times. Finally, details on The Guardian. Nigeria risks losing youth generation to drug abuse and mental health crisis. FEC prioritizes local industry under Nigeria First policy. 77% of UTME candidates score below 200. Electoral Act's crucial bills up for debate as Senate House of Reps resumes today. Dangote hails Tinubu for appointments in energy sector. Atiku once again state-sponsored repression as EFCC offers reasons for activist VDM's arrest. Plateau killings. Police arrest more suspects. Recover illegal arms in fresh raids. All the details on the Guardian, rather. We're moving over now to the Punch newspaper. On the Punch, federal government approves 1.8 trillion naira road projects new contract. Students loan minister meets VCs as NANS blocks Lagos-Ibadan highway. Revenue collection inefficiencies cost power firms 965 billion naira. Major petrol diesel price costs expected over crude slump. Insecurity reps Benue governor clash as National Assembly resumes today. Lawmakers blame Aliyah for killings. State Assembly members meets over reps' invitation. 8,000 terrorist bandits killed under Tinubu defense minister. Concerns as over 1.5 million UTME candidates score below 200. Makinde moves 5 commissioners in fresh cabinet shakeup. Okay, all the details you can find on the Punch newspaper. And now to the Vanguard. On the Vanguard this morning, North alone can't decide 2027 presidency, says Tanko Yakasai and ACF. Ogbebolo leads the way in education reform, says 8. Dangote thanks Tinubu for revolutionary change in oil and gas sector. 2025 Under-20 AFCON, Chel hits Egypt to support Flying Eagles. Rivers setback for PDP governors as Delta pulls out of suit before Supreme Court. VDM to be released today, faces multiple charges in court Thursday. Okay, VDM to be released today, faces multiple charges in court to Thursday. Federal government bans procurements, foreign goods produced locally. All right, that's an interesting development out of the dailies this morning. All right, that's it on the front pages. We're going straight to our reviewer live in the studio. We have Chris Maduka. Good to have you, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning, everybody.
Nigeria First policy looks like what Donald Trump did when he was doing his inauguration, America First. Do you think it's copying and not copying right?
Well, copying, whether it's right or wrong, we are yet to see. The copying, if you think is copying, just started today. But it's also good to copy when you see something to copy. The idea is a copy with a being intentional in copy, because Nigeria would have copied. So many countries have talked about their country first the last 60 years. So if it's today that we remember that we need to stop importing toothpicks, handkerchiefs and biscuits, that we stop importing noodles, then we have started. Because my father told me, you cannot become a rich man, then you make money and throw it away. God has blessed Nigeria massively with a large deposit of oil under our soil, crude oil under our soil. But sometime in the past, a Nigerian leader told the world that our problem is how to spend this money. And it's like the world came and helped us spend, or out of our foolishness, we spent without a due cost to the future. So we chopped our yesterday. But now we are facing the dance. Now is a Osita Atademma on the Babu. If now we have a policy that thinks about Nigeria first, then you support local industries. And then the high level of unemployment in Nigeria, with the high massive youth unemployment, it will begin to reduce. Because look at it, Charles. We have new over 13 in private universities just licensed last week or two. Before now, we have over, I don't know the count, but I'm sure it's over 150 universities in Nigeria. whether private or public. And none of them is turning less than, none is turning less than 10,000 students, graduates, or let's say 5,000 every single year. That is when they are in session. But even at that, we've turned this out. We are not talking about polytechnics, colleges of education. Some small institutes that have just emerged that are awarding diplomas and all, whether they are registered or not. But we are turning out graduates into a market that is not absorbing no single one. They cannot even absorb youth service volunteers, compulsory. A lot of people are queued for youth service in the last 3 years. They've not had the opportunity to go and serve free, Nigeria free, after graduating. How are you going to describe that? So when in another headline here we find Nigeria losing their youth to drug, you plan to fail. You have kept these young people in their energy, prime energy, to be used as thugs. It's going to backfire. And whatever we see, look at how cheap, look at the massiveness of how the bandits, how the terrorists are recruiting Nigerian youths. That is. So it's good decision. The presidency have woken up to say, we'll think about Nigeria first. I only say, it cannot always be bad. It's good decision, but we could have done that far much longer before now. So good kudos to the presidency when they take good decision. But these are the implications. They have to begin to take such decisions because we are sitting on keg of gunpowder.
Well, again, we're not a country that doesn't have depth of policies and programs that looks good on paper. It has always been implementation. I mean, how are we sure that, just saying this, we can actually do it? The president just came back from France, where he went to do medical checkup. So if you are saying prioritize local contents, I mean, we have a hospital in the presidential villa that is official for him, and he hasn't for one day, patronized that hospital. That is local content.
We are looking at all the problems together. We looked at the situation where even people, medical doctors who are employed in Aso Rock with a high level of payment and the booger positions they held, have jackpot. Is that bad? You know how much medical personnel, we keep saying doctors because that's an understatement. A medical doctor is the leader of medical team. If you check the medical teams, there are more than 15 members of a team, a medical team. We have lost all. So even if you find a doctor employed in Aso Rock Hospital alone, no president of a country will trust his life with such where the medical team have depleted. So we are not saying it's something that is going around, is coming around. Everybody is feeling it. So we are only saying that some people hold the S. They hold the S. They hold it. And they should use that trust we're giving them with our lives to do something that will benefit all. Otherwise, the house called Nigeria cannot collapse and the roof still stands. It's like people thinking that if Nigeria collapses, Aso Rock will still be there. It might be madness to think that way. If this country collapses, Aso Rock will be useless. So they're going to think comprehensively. If it affects the eye, it will affect the nose. So let's begin to think for everybody. If you think you are safe and sound because you are under government protection, it might not last for too long because they keep pushing. People keep pushing. And you get to the point you're depleted. Very soon, don't quote me, one day, the people you are paying to protect you, the Nigerian police and the security agencies, it was in this country I've heard of police going on strike once. They did everything to suppress them. Don't be sure it will not repeat itself. With what we are seeing. Is the blood not running in their vein? They will be guarding people. Let me give you a typical example. Somebody bought a car, Rolls Royce, one of the highest, latest model, and that's the billions of naira. But he's paying the driver who is driving that car 20,000 naira. That is, somebody came, this is life. It will happen to me in Abuja. A man living with his relation, extended relation, who is a rich man. He left the guy because he works for him as a driver. He takes care of the children, do all the house chores. But each time the man will come back with dog food. Because the man kept 4 mighty dogs. These 4 dogs consume in one go more than 40,000 naira food. And he's paying this same young man that time 10,000 naira a month. This young man has children and wife in the village, but he's in Abuja serving his rich relation, who feeds dog daily with 40,000, and he's paying the man 10,000 naira a year, a month. That's an analogy for Nigeria. These people, we think we have cornered around to guard us. We are crying of insecurity. The few we have, we don't want to talk about state police. We don't want to talk about every other thing to encourage the vigilantes. The little federal police and power and security we have, we use it to guard ourselves and stay back in Abuja. Abuja is not far. Onyai Mabie Bichiluzo. The person we know his house. He's living on the main road. And that's what I want our leaders to think. So thank God for the new policy, Nigeria-centric policy, to think home. It's a good philosophy. Like you said, hoping that we implement it very well. Then on the punchy punch, insecurity, reps, Benue governor, clash over NAS. Clash as NAS resumes today. What is the clash for? It's destructive.
How is it destructive? I mean, they said they invited the governor to come and explain to them what's going on in Rivers State, because
is it that NAS people, why should there be clash? Is it that NAS, I read in other places, a lawmaker blames Alaya for killing. That is destructive.
How?
You blame the governor for killings in the state. As what? When we have sat down here and said governors are only crying babies. You give the chief security officer and call them executive governors because it sounds good too. But when it comes to implementing that power, they find out that they can't even command. They can't give a very critical command to the policeman guarding them. All those starched, heavily starched, khakid, AK-47 trotting policemen guarding all the governors. They cannot command when critical commands come. They don't even know who they are. Because they still have to go through middle person to give command, and they answer chief security officers. Let them prove Nigeria wrong. Would Aliyah have commanded the whole security force in the state to go and clear the grounds? Will he? Does he have the power? Who is blaming them? The same NAS that constitutionally would have given powers to the man that blaming him is destructive. But when I was looking at the newspaper, Punch said the reps, I said blame game. He come down, he said Peter blames CBN for delay. Blame game, go down. Every topic of newspaper here is blame. One man is blaming another. If it's not tax reform, river crisis, stop agenda, Senate blames. That's all you see. We cannot take charge. We blame. As if after blaming, the whole lives are lost in Benue Plateau and within the last few weeks, we come back. As if after blaming, there will be no more terror attacks.
But the issue is somewhat, something that the Constitution should be able to tell. Can the House of Reps in Abuja summon a governor to come and explain to them what's going on in their state? Because the state already has a state house of assembly. If there's any form of summoning that should happen, it should happen between the state governor and the state house of assembly. So in critical situations, will lead to some level of emergency, whether declared or not. The federal house and the Senate has oversight function over the state assemblies.
And if they do that, indirectly or directly, they can summon.
State of Assembly is different from the
I know.
governor.
That's what I'm saying. If the State House of Assembly can summon a governor to come, invite him to come and explain to them what's going on. Why wouldn't the Federal House invite? That's the critical level of there's oversight function. Because you remember that in River State, that is just state of emergency. The National Assembly are having oversight function. They're even talking that is top on the agenda as they resume today.
For River State is different. The reason why I say it's different is because we have a state of emergency there. There's no state of emergency in Benue.
When you're saying declared, I say, what of the one state of emergency not declared? What happened in Benue and I was sometime in the where the people are rumoring that might be state of emergency declared. But you find out that the security there is a state of emergency. For that number of people to die, less than and over, and it's not that it has calmed down. There were still attacks recently where about 5 or 12 people died still within the region. And you think the National Assembly cannot say, come. It's not, well, let's not look at the ego situation. He can come there and say, come, let's even know what's going on. But if you are inviting him to come and explain what's going on, really, for them to really understand how critical it is, it's not, let's not look at it as even as someone. Because left alone, he has not done anything anyway. So why worry about whether he's invited someone or even ordered?
Why can't they visit him?
Well, it's cheaper for the governor to visit than with the House of. You know what it comes with. You know how this thing, the sleaze and what goes with it, the red tape. You know the oversight function committees, the visiting state. You know how few of them. Not to talk about. Are you saying the National Assembly will close down and visit? It's easier for one single individual to visit because the man visits Abuja anyway weekly for executive council meeting. So what is the difference of stopping over and saying, gentlemen, let's talk over this? Let's look at it.
It's rare, really. I mean, we haven't seen the House of Reps
but
call a governor to come and explain what's happening in their state.
If it start today, if it's for good, if it's going to stop, remember that most of the people who are members of the Federal House are also from the states. So they are concerned. And if they think it's not good to invite their governor, they should have raised the alarm. So if they jointly agree that the governor should come for explanation, that means this is an undeclared state of emergency.
There was even still this debate that happened under Buhari when the National Assembly was looking to invite him to come and explain. And there was this debate about whether they have the powers to summon the president to come and give account of what's going on in the country.
Why do presidents go to present budgets? He could have invited the Senate and National Assembly to Aso Rock and over a cup of tea and said, pick my budget and go and sort about it. The Constitution is very clear about it as check and balances. If there's nobody interpret it as that none of the arms of government is in all that entirely different. They are linked and they have checkmate structures against it. So when you are invited, it's not like you are taking your powers. It takes two to tango. When your wife says, oh, child, sit down, let's talk about how we're going to feed the children today. It's not summoning you. You can maintain your ego and walk away. And the children will go hungry just because you think your wife summoned you. But if you think your wife invited you for a meeting, then it becomes different. You can sit down. So look at it different. Charles, shut up, can be stubborn. But Charles, can you lower your voice? It can be a discussionary thing. The way we interpret it, and we have the big wigs, you say they are learned gentlemen, they will find us like we are just, talking and brainstorming. How has Nigeria, the legal, the judiciary, come out to explain even the Constitution, take it as point of duty on weekly basis? Over how many years Nigeria have stayed? Most of things that happen in Nigeria were parliamentary system, the structure, how it works. Who should, when will they be able to meet together, talk and discuss about issues? I tell you, 90% of Nigerians are ignorant of this. Either because deliberately the people in power do not want them to know. And they will willingly tell you ignorance of a law is not an excuse. But deliberate denial of knowledge for you to know, is it an excuse? It's good that an elder in the house said, children, Don't go there. And the children went there and they get consumed. Then you sit down and children are playing, you are laughing as an elder. When something happened to those children, what do you call yourself? So, you do your own job. Let the people know. If they don't want to know, how many people teach constitution and civics? Government in the schools. How many students take care of that now or study? How many people look into the history? How a state was governed in the last 20 years? What happened in Oyo Empire? How they elect Oyo Mercy and all that? How the critical thing? So that if it's happening in Oyo, ancient kingdom today, the children will know, this is a process. Instead of some governors taking over and maneuvering and closing this, you don't even know where it started, you don't know where you're going. That is what's happening in Nigeria. Deliberate attempt to deny people knowledge of how our government is, the structure of how governance is done in Nigeria. We have the NOA, the answer names. I don't even think they have budget. National Orientation Agency. We have Ministry of Information and Culture. What do? Big offices. A lot of people, what do they do to enlighten Nigerians? Only when they want to do anything, you see little budget, they will do one radio thing and put it in Radio Nigeria NTA alone. And they will tell you they've done their job. That's by the way. But there's something that Charles, I must say, there are some new newspapers that have appeared. We are still looking at them. I found in the review box here, The Matrix. I don't know where it's coming from. Another one called is Liberty. I hope it's not a part of the build-up. There's another one they call First News. All these ones, I hope they are not part of the build-up 2027.
It is. I mean,
but it's good that the more the merrier.
Indeed.
Thank you, Charles. God bless Nigeria.
All right. I want to say a very big thank you to Chris Monica for the expert analysis on the headlines this morning. So we're back shortly after this. So stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signaturetv every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Sincerely speaking, I don't think any sensible, honest, sane Nigerian is satisfied with the minimum wage. So what does that tell you? I am not satisfied with the minimum wage. Keep hope alive. That's the only thing I can say, but because there's nothing you can do. We are here for it. What is the question of the minimum wage? I don't know if the minimum wage can actually take care of the financial obligations of the individual staff that we have now in the country. So, what we thank God for having better than cheating, as the people will say in the palace, obviously have to get promoted so that you can be able to help us bring out our base to Nigeria and Nigerians as a whole. Worker with special needs, let's say, people with special needs, they have to face particular needs that government need to attend to. The government should try to encourage them, however, by giving them special incentives. Not only with that are in civil service, but also some persons with disability who are not working and have taken a stress of going to school. Because of the content advantage, let Nigerian government consider us, especially those that are not employed. There are so many pending welfare arrears that government are not engaged. We are urging government to the fact that we are happy because of our law. All our pending arrears to be paid with immediate effect, so that the job will not just end on workers' day. Let the judge continue. That is my appeal to the government.
The welfare package is not of Nigerian workers in general. It's nothing to write home about.
Welcome back. This is the morning show here on Signature TV, and it's 8:33. So a number of state elections are due for November 8th, and everyone now knows who their flag bearers are. Well, except for a few parties that are still in a quagmire about the controversy about who the flag bearers for the elections are. But again, for the ones that everyone speaks about, the APC, APGA, the PDP, everyone's been settled regarding that. And we have with us live via the phone this morning to speak a little more about the build up to the 2027 or 2025 governorship elections in Anambra States. Alex Emeka Ejindu is a public affairs analyst. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. Good morning, all.
Good morning. Thank you so much. You are in Anambra State, and a whole lot of persons have said that there is no opposition. These have been mounted by even Anambarians, some Anambarians who are on the ground, and APGA has even gone to bed with that thought that there is no opposition. Is it really true that APGA is coasting to victory because the opposition is strong enough?
We have two other strong contenders to the position. One from Labour Party, Chief Dr. George Moralo of Labour Party, and another from APC, Prince Dr. Nicholas Okachuku. They are all serious contenders to that position. They have their influences, they have their strength and muscles to win that election. That election may not be that easy for the incumbent. He thinks it is easy. But considering his records and achievements, it may not be that easy because these other two people are very experienced leaders as well. Thank you.
All right, you spoke about George Omogalo of the Labour Party. Has it resolved the issues? Because we heard there are two persons who have emerged, him and the other guy. Has that been taken care of?
Yes, the national leaders are handling it. I think as I had last 2 days, that thing has been sorted out. George Morale is our candidate for now.
Okay, so let's speak of the experience. For instance, I'm talking about the governorship candidate for APGA, who is the governor of the state. You spoke about his pedigree and his scorecard. How do you describe his first 3.5 years in office? Has it been one that is welcoming for Anambarians? Is it commendable? Do you think Anambarians will go to the poll to bring him back to the seat come November 8th?
It is an election, a competitive one, and he made some success in a lot of areas. I won't say that he's a failure. he made some successes from one other side or the other.
Which sides?
He's not an angel.
Which sides? Which sides would you say he succeeded?
Infrastructure like roads, I think he's making effort in that area. He's making enough effort in that area, roads especially. And the education is not down completely in education. He's making a very good effort in education. But there are other areas like agriculture, healthcare. So there are many other areas I have not seen much impact compared to others like Tito B when he was governor. Obiano even did fairly well. Some of them of the days past, you know.
What about security?
Yeah.
What about security? How do you score him in security?
He started very, very recently to make effort in security. A number has been a bane of chiefs before now, since he came in. For complete 3 years, he has been sleeping over security. Has not done much on security. Recently, he instituted he rebranded the security to make impact. I believe now he's improving on security of lives and property in Anambra State.
He established Agune Chamber, one security outfit that so many persons say has, been successful since its inception. Some of them even go as far as apprehending, DBAs. Some say that part of the reasons why the security situation never improved in Anambra was because of the activities of, DBAs. So one would have thought that it's a welcome development, but on the other hand, some persons think that, he's infringing on the rights of those who practice traditional religion.
There are DBAs that are naturally good for giving traditional medicine to people, but there are criminals among them. Just likewise in other areas of endeavor, you can find good ones and find bad ones. The Okite specifically are criminals in the field of traditional medicine, and he has made effort in at least shaking them a little bit. That has shown them that we realize their operations that are bad. Encouraging crime, they encourage a lot of crime in this environment. But his effort in that direction is commendable.
So, if an Anambarian is to speak of security in Anambra State, it will be in some way credited to him for doing some things about it. Don't you think that would, get in the second term?
Recently, yes. Within the past 3-4 months, he has been there for over 3 years. Remember?
Yeah.
But within the past 3-4 months, he is making serious effort towards that.
Okay. So for you as an analyst, if you were to go to the poll this morning, to vote any of these 3 candidates that you have mentioned, who would it be and why? And why wouldn't you return Chukwuma Soludo back to power?
You make choices, you make your choice. And nobody determines your choice. The reason why you choose the other person against the other. For me, I have a choice. It may not be Professor Soludo, but we are still watching between now and November to know if one or two things. In politics, a week can change people's mind. A weak activity can change people's mind and interest. So we are watching. Within now and November 8th, we'll know where the direction we're going. But for now, I have a choice. May not be I don't think it is this present governor, as at now.
Oh, wow.
As at now. Unless the magic is performed within the next 2, 3, 4 months, I may change my interest. But for now, I will not. It's not my vote cannot go for him now.
But you just said he has been doing well, at least in the last 3 months, 4 months, in terms of security, and he has done well in terms of road infrastructure. So
if you are in a mission for 3 years and you've been whiling away your time for 2 years and 7 months in a particular area, and within this short period you start showing seriousness in life-threatening issues, will you mark the person perfect? No. What have he been doing all this while? What has he been doing all this while? That's my concern. Why is he not serious about security all the while? Why now? Now that we are approaching the election period. But I wouldn't like to say anything further than that. But I want to tell you, as of now, it's not my choice now.
what is what is Peter Obi's influence on the Anambra elections? We understand that in the last presidential election, he swept Anambra more than 95%. Do you think that he still has that influence over Anambarians in terms of the local election, like the gubernatorial?
You mean who?
Peter Obi.
Peter Obi has influence. He's a strong man with determination. He's a man tested and trusted. His influence can change issues. So he's trusted by Anambarians. He's straightforward. He's accountable. So his impact will not be neglected, though. That's the truth.
We understand that Labour Party is planning to judge, Moghalu is planning to basically take him along in order to see if his influence can assist in upsetting the apple cart. Do you see that happen? Do you think Peter Obi has that popularity still in a number of states to make people sway the people's mindset into voting Labour Party in November?
Both of them are the same party, Labour Party now. Definitely he will try to assist Moghalu.
No, what I'm saying, Moghalu is looking to have him on the campaign trail, at least in some of the places that he's going to be going to. But what I'm saying in essence is, do you think that having Peter Obi on his campaign trail will make any difference for the November poll?
A lot of difference. It will make a lot of difference with Peter Obi around.
How much difference?
If Moghalu is running on 20% winning, with Peter Obi by his side, he will be for his strength by that additional 30%, which is 50%.
Oh,
so
wow.
Moghalu will make a lot of difference. If Peter Obi will change a lot of people's interests and vote, if allowed to be part of this campaign, but definitely he will be part of the campaign. Moghalu will bring him in. They're all colleagues and friends.
Mm. So what are the chances of APC in that election, Dr. Ukachukwu?
Anambra do not vote APC unless there is a magic they will make.
What do you mean? What do you mean by
naturally, Anambra don't vote APC at all.
When you say don't vote APC at all, what does that even mean?
It means they have a mindset that the APC has not done well for Anambra people. If you conduct free and fair election 10 times, APC will fail 10 times. They know how to bulldoze themselves to power. If they have such plan, it may work, it may not work. But for voting, APC will not get up to 15% of the vote of Anambra people.
But why is that, though? What's the sentiment with Anambra and the APC? Is there a specific sentiment why you think Anambarians may not vote APC?
Naturally, considering the policies of the federal government, I don't think it favors a lot of us down here. The economy got shattered immediately they came in 2023. And since that time, nobody has found his feet, except very few. How can you have sympathy or interest in a party that has destroyed the economy, in a party that has destroyed the entire system? And they are priding and praising themselves that they are changing, that the economy is recovering. In what area is Nigerian economy recovering under this APC regime? I can't see it. People are hungry. People are unemployed. Business activities are down. And you are priding and shouting that the economy is improving. I don't know how.
But there are people, I mean, just if you look over the shoulder of Anambra State on the other side, we have Delta government, the entire machinery moving over to the APC, and they said that's the party, you know, to beat in 2027. So if you have people who still believe in the party, I mean, why would Anambra not believe, or Anambrans not believe that they, you know, joining the APC at the federal will be a good thing?
People in government know their interests, why they are joining them. But the masses are not following, are not aligning with them, or, you know. If there is an election in Delta now, presently now, for the presidency, a Labour Party will sweep the entire Delta State. If there is an election in Rivers State, a free and fair election now, Labour Party will sweep over Rivers State. So the leaders joining for their own personal interests, I don't know why they are rushing to APC as if we don't need to have multi-parties again. Probably they want to change Nigeria to one single party system, which will not favor us. But assuming they have interest and what the personal interest to gain from the APC, that is their interest. They are not carrying the masses along. You will see what will happen after in 2027 election. All this noise about moving on to APC, you will see will not yield much fruit.
So you know, when the sentiment of APC comes up, you know, it tends to be a multifaceted type of discussions, because again, like it or leave it, the person who is representing the party in the state is an Anambarian. I mean, it's not the party. The party is like a vehicle, you know, to moving to somewhere. Like more like you're headed to Abeokuta, and you have to take a bus to get there, right? So, but you know, is it not good to think through to the person who is vying for that position, or vying to using that APC platform to move to, you know, to want to become a governor, rather than talking about the party, what it has done at the federal? Why don't we focus on what the person can do, you know, in the state, and what the person's antecedent has been to?
How many people are enlightened? How many people are educated? How many people are bright enough to think in that direction? It is funny here, like we have regional sectionalism and interest here. Apuga, they believe it's their own party, Igbo party. Labour Party, they believe is the party that come to change the entire system. So people are the percentage of voters, you know, their level of education. Most of the enlightened people are not even taking part in the election. Some of them will be there watching their television and watching their films, while common people, illiterates, will be in the field. But I don't doubt the idea of a good candidate making an impact in an election. That our people here will always tell you, if he had been in a very good party, he would have won. But that's the truth. This guy is a good guy, but he had been fortunate to be in a good party. Who will vote for him? Not that useless party. It's an environment, especially in the southeastern and south. Even in all over Nigeria, the vote according to their sentiments. This man is our brother, not his potentials and qualifications, but he is our person from our Christian religion. He is our person from our region, and that kind of thing. Nigeria has not grown up to that level to talk about policies and qualifications and that kind of thing. We still consider those ones relevant anywhere, but not everybody has such information.
But do you think Ukachukwu has the capacity to educate the people beyond that? Because again, it's just basically like what happened in 2023. You know, everybody just went with the bandwagon, not really looking at the people who are in different parties. I mean, the APC is the government in power, but the government in the states if the person is good enough, I mean, you cannot say, you know, the party is bad, because you have your own man who is in that party who is trying to also use the paraphernalia of power to, you know, to also serve the people.
Some roads, they want to people choice. If you were to choose between a glass of Soludo and a glass of Okachuku to be your son, which of them will you choose? Will you the level and pedigree of a Soludo as a professor of economics and his level in public service? Which business you know that? ENUGU is a purely an is of a grassroots man. A structure that will help people change their mind. It's good though. I won't not that he's a good man, he's a philanthropist, but he's not a grassroots man. He's not a grassroots man. They do make some impact. No. But I believe between and Labour if it is under free and fair election.
All right. I want to say a very big thank you to you for your time. We truly appreciate you for your insights as we build up to the 2025 gubernatorial elections. Alex Emeka Ejindu, would get back to you, maybe call you again just before that time, so we can speak a little more about the developments as it relates to the gubernatorial elections in November.
Thank you for this privilege.
All right, take care. Take care. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
And you too. So we're back after this. To stay with us. This is Signature Morning.
All right, thank you.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signaturetv every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Sincerely speaking, I don't think any sensible, honest, sane Nigerian is satisfied with the minimum wage. So what does that tell you? I am not satisfied with the minimum wage. Keep hope alive. That's the only thing I can say for it, because there's nothing you can do. We are here for it. What is the question of the minimum wage? Some of the minimum wage can actually take care of the financial obligations of the individual staff that we have now in the country. So, what we thank God for after the better than teaching, as the people will say in the palace, obviously have to get promoted so that you can be able to help us bring out our base back to Nigeria and Nigerians as well.
Local with special needs, people with special needs, they have to do particular things that government need to attend to. The government should try to encourage them by giving them special incentives. Not only with an civil service, but also some persons with disability who are not working and are taking a stress of going to school. But also the content advantage, let Nigerian government consider us, especially those that are not employed. There are so many pending welfare arrears that government should get to do. We are urging government to the fact that we are happy because of our law. All our pending arrests to be paid with immediate effect, so that the job will not just end on workers' day. Let the jobs continue. That is my appeal to the government.
The welfare package is not of Nigerian workers in general. It's nothing to write home about. Look at the minimum wage is livable of 70,000 naira. What can 70,000 naira buy? And that is how it is, even in construction industry in Nigeria. So we are calling on the government and even the employers of labor in the construction industry to look into the plight. As you rightly said, the construction workers, they build the nation. And if you want to see how a nation is progressing, how developed a nation is, just look at the construction. A nation where construction is not taking place, it means that they are not making it. So, and not only that, construction is a low-hanging fruit that you can use to tame insecurity. We've been advocating that, we've been talking to government that, look, pump money into construction in Nigeria. Then you see insecurity coming down automatically.
Globally, the world has left the issue of minimum wage. We are now talking on living wage. Even when the ILO Director General came to Nigeria, he was on emphasis that we can no longer be talking minimum wage when globally we have moved from minimum wage to living wage. So in living wage, these indices has to be taken into consideration, and those variables must be a critical factor in redefining and negotiating living wage. Hope is fake. We still want the workers not to lose hope, not to also lose hope on the leadership of the labor union, not to lose hope on themselves, because self-assessment is the most important, and they should also build their capacity to meet up the 21st century workforce. That by so doing will also make them marketable, and they can also be indispensable in times of crisis that affects the labor.
With the new national minimum wage, workers will get value for the service they render. Don't forget, the most valuable resource in any economy is the worker, because it's the worker that creates the wealth. So from that standpoint, you will agree that the worker is significant in nation building. We have argued that it's not even about increasing minimum wage. The devil in the economy is the foreign exchange, because if you check with the international market, nothing has changed absolutely. It's just the value of our naira that has devaluated and continue to devaluate. So if you take naira to the international market at this rate, it will be very difficult for you to buy anything meaningful, which suggests that the government has a responsibility to ensure they control the fluctuation in the naira. That is the only way that Nigerian worker can have for the minimum wage he earns.
What we should put at the front banner is to see how we can pressurize the government to take steps to stabilize our currency, stabilize naira. There is no any currency, there is no any country anywhere in the world that will just allow their currency to float freely without defending their currency. So we have to take steps to defend our currency. In as much as our currency continue to be, the valuation of our currency continue, we will continue to have, prices of goods and services going up, and the minimum wage will continue to be rendered useless.
To also do everything possible to make sure that we embrace one another and remain steadfast, committed in serving the public and in honesty and courage. So May Day is here, but we have to go beyond everyday celebration. I love a situation where implementation is key. After this year, next year is coming. What did we achieve in 2025? That is, for me, what a leader should do. Just like the word press freedom, it is a right, not a privilege. The freedom of every journalist is a right, and we have always encountered a whole lot of challenges, harassment, in the field. But what we are trying to say is to create more awareness, is to push further, is to amplify our voice that there is need for press freedom. There is need for everybody. All hands must be on deck, not just journalists. We're talking about at the state level, local government, federal, and everyone who cares to understand that press freedom is non-negotiable.
All right, just continuing on our series on health, we would play a very interesting conversation we had on the 1st of this month as it relates to the disease control and immunization. Obinna Ndwaguban was my guest on that particular episode. Happy watching. May Day, 1st of May 2025. Happy new month to you and to yours. Hope you're good out there. It's 9:52 in the morning. From wherever you're watching us from, thank you for joining us. We would switch gears to some discussion, especially as it relates to health, immunization and disease infections among children. We have with us live in the studio, Dr. Obinna Ndwaguban is a consultant pediatrician. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us, our viewers.
Interesting. I mean, when you speak of immunization, a whole lot of persons would feel, well, mostly it's basically about things that's got to do with kids. How much do you know, from your experience, how much of these types of things do you think the Nigerians know about, and how do they react to issues relating to immunization?
Thank you very much, and good morning once more. Well, I think Nigerians know about immunization. I think the basic thing they know, and most people can attest to, is that they know that there are vaccines or there are jabs or oral medications that are given periodically at what they call immunization centers, which we know have several of them in different parts of the country, and that those medications are administered in order to prevent diseases, infections. And they know, well, most of them are given from childhood, but there are still some that are also given even at adulthood, and for several other reasons, depending on what is available at that time. So basically, yes, a good number of them are given in childhood, but some are also given even beyond childhood. And depending on the situation, we may have an outbreak of a disease for which, depending on the herd immunity, there may be a mop-up for both adults and children. One may have a need to travel out, and as part of the requirements for traveling, you may need to have certain jabs to show that you are protected from certain diseases as you travel out of your country. But basically, what people know mainly are the vaccines that are given in childhood, and I think that's what is the major discussion this morning. Yes, and like I would say, vaccines are, in fact, is the most important intervention that has occurred world over in the world of medicine and health. The advent of vaccines brought about a change, a drastic change in morbidity and mortality, that is deaths and dysfunctions of parts of the body arising from certain illnesses. And so for diseases that are preventable through vaccination, we label them vaccine preventable diseases. Okay, and a good number of them are what we cover under our national program on immunization. Okay, Nigeria started with the expanded program on immunization in 1979, and then moved on to the national program on immunization, which is what we have. and we'll have a lot of vaccines with boosters, even at intervals, to help protect children from disease, a lot of vaccine-preventable diseases. And
Absolutely.
of course, that has brought about a lot of change in the percentage, deaths we used to record before the advent of these vaccines or introduction of these vaccines.
So the national coverage has actually improved?
Yes, it has done. In fact, in ENUGU state, we have over 80% coverage.
Over 80%?
Yes. So
well,
and that is impressive. But again, that's for vaccine-preventable diseases. So there are a couple of other diseases that you may not have vaccines for. And again, the presence of vaccine, that many people may not know, doesn't necessarily mean that those diseases may not occur. But their chances of occurring is a lot reduced. And the severity of those diseases, when they occur in people that are vaccinated, are usually milder.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the thing. And then when a large population of the people are immunized against a disease, it also offers some protection to the smaller percentage of people that are not immunized. That's what we call herd immunity. When you have about 85% of the population already immunized against a disease, that remaining 15% that have not received the vaccine, for some reasons or the other, also have some shared protection. That's what we call community immunity or the herd immunity. Okay. Now, it's good for us to mention at this point that vaccination doesn't necessarily mean immunity. That I'm vaccinated means I've received a jab against a disease. I've received a vaccine, be it a jab, be it introduction through the mouth. I've received a vaccine. That's vaccination. But whether the vaccine I received is able to offer protection, that's what immunity is. That's immunization now. So some instances, people use these two words interchangeably as if they are the same. They're not necessarily the same. So receiving a vaccine is vaccination. Having sufficient protection from that vaccine is immunization. So it's expected that by being vaccinated, you should get immunized.
Yeah.
Okay, but there are certain things that may account for being vaccinated and not being immunized, or the percentage immunity that you may have from a vaccine. Okay, that is why some vaccines have what we call booster doses. You have periodic administrations of doses of the same vaccine at intervals. That is a way of increasing your percentage protection against that disease. Fantastic. Okay, and it's very important. So some people may have a vaccine that you're supposed to have 5 doses. Take, for example, tetanus vaccine, what we call the tetanus toxoid. Okay, if a mother that is pregnant is supposed to receive 5 doses and she receives only 1, she only has a small percentage, about 50%. By the time she receives about 3 to 4 doses, she comes to about 90%, 95%. And then at the 5th dose, she has about 95% protection. So you may have a mother that may receive the first dose, and subsequent doses she does not. And then when you ask, I say, I received the first, my tetanus toxoid. You understand? What it doesn't mean that she has obtained the maximum protection, that's the immunity, that she would have obtained from that particular vaccine. And so she's at increased risk if she's exposed to that particular organism of coming down with tetanus. And that's why it's important that in as much as people know about vaccines, we have people that have issues, we have myths, what to call myths, wrong impressions that people have contrived against vaccines. Okay, so apart from receiving that vaccine, you must complete the recommended dose, have booster doses so that you can have that sustained protection. Okay, otherwise the tendency to still come down with that disease is high. But world over, with the advent of vaccines and the miracles they are doing, a lot of our children that would have died before their first 5 years of life, okay, or before their first 2 years of life, a good number of them, much large percentage of them are saved. And that's why the picture is a lot different.
Right. Can you talk us through the immunization processes or the dosages that a kid should take between when they were born and 5?
Okay. Now, the timings, these are things we teach in medical school. At birth, a child should receive the BCG. That is the Bacillus calmette-guerin. That's against tuberculosis. And that one is preferably given within the first 3 days of life. Okay, along with the 0 dose of hepatitis B, okay, and then the OPV0, that is oral polio vaccine, that is at birth. Then at 6 weeks, the child will receive the oral polio vaccine 1, okay, and then what we call the penta. Okay, the penta contains 5 vaccines. Okay, diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, hepatitis B, and then the Haemophilus influenza. Okay, so it comes in one package, 5 vaccines in one. It makes for ease of administration, compliance. Okay, and then the person also receives the rotavirus vaccine. Okay, now because rotavirus is still being paid for, to some extent, not everybody receives. Okay, it's not part of the free vaccines that people are accustomed to. Okay, then at 10 weeks, the person will also receive oral polio 2, penta 2, okay, and then the hepatitis B vaccine. Then at 14 weeks, he receives exactly the same thing at 10 weeks, and then what we call the IPV, okay, inactivated polio vaccine. Even though he still receives the oral polio, he still also receives the inactivated polio vaccine. Okay, then at 6 months, the child will receive vitamin A. Okay, a good number of them may not come for that vitamin A, because even though vitamin A is not a vaccine, it's so important that it is added into the immunization schedule because of the importance of vitamin A for the child. The eyes, the inner lining of the gut, the skin, and general body function. So vitamin A is so important, and there is a very high percentage of vitamin A deficiency, severe vitamin A deficiency in Nigeria and in Africa. In some cases, reaching up to 25% or more, and that is quite worrisome. Okay, so you have issues with vitamin A, night blindness, and what have you. So vitamin A is so important, even though it's not a vaccine, that is included in the immunization schedule. Then after the 6 weeks, at 9 weeks, the child will receive what we call meningitis vaccine, okay, along with the yellow fever vaccine at 9 months, okay, and then at 1 year, the child will also receive second dose of vitamin A. Then at 15 months, the child will receive the second dose of measles. Sorry, at 9 months, meningitis, yellow fever, and measles. Okay, and then at 15 months, the second dose of measles, what we call the measles conjugate vaccine. Okay, so thereafter, a child is expected to receive vitamin A every 6 months till the child is 5 years. Okay, unfortunately, this is not covered under the MPI per se, but this is part of the World Health Organization's recommendation for vitamin A supplementation in children. Okay, so in our own, yes, in our cards and in the immunization center, they account largely for the first and second doses of vitamin A at 6 months and 12 months. The subsequent doses that should come every 6 months till the child is 5 years will now come either when they are doing their MNCH week, maternal, newborn, and child health week, which is done twice a year. Okay, that represents that 6 monthly subsequent doses till 5 years. But the problem that many of us have observed and are still challenging is that a good number of children may not actually be covered within that period, that week. Okay, and there are a lot of resources that are deployed in trying to have that reach out, as against children coming to the immunization center to receive those vaccines, get assessed, check their weight, check their growth, know if there are challenges in that child that are observed, make appropriate referrals. So we advocate that such subsequent doses of vitamin A are better if they are given in the immunization center. Yes, we know the challenges are there with respect to funding, transportation to those centers as often as it should. But if you look at it on the long run, it's in the best interest of that child, because there are a lot of things that the mothers may not appreciate, which such visits will pick, and then flag them if it's beyond what the immunization center can handle. Nutritional challenges, growth challenges, overt illnesses that may require referral. Okay, so apart from the vitamin A that is given 6 months till 5 years, we also talk about the herpes virus vaccine, which is given at 9 years and 14 years for the female. And we know that it is a very human papillomavirus vaccine, and you know it's very important for preventing cervical cancer, which is a leading cause of death among our women in Africa. Okay, it's one of the things that the single most important factor that has been found to help prevent against cervical cancer in our mothers. So we advise our mothers, our mothers and our parents to avail their children of these vaccines, which will help reduce the chances of coming down with these vaccine-preventable diseases, and very importantly, also protect them from infections generally, like the vitamin A, and then the HPV that protect the child from coming down with cervical cancer later in life.
Right. I mean, I'm sure you are conversant with vaccine hesitancy, fueled mostly by misinformation and some cultural practices. How has that affected the level of immunization across board?
Well, it's been a constant battle. People construe all manners of things and they spread it out. And of course, in this world of social media and a lot of avenues to spread information, such information can actually go very far. Okay, and it gives a heavy blow to the general immunization campaign. Okay, as advocates in ENUGU State, immunization champion in ENUGU State, under the Political Association of Nigeria, a lot of advocacy is on. Okay, and then the immunization program in the state and in the country, at national level, there's a lot of advocacy going on, so that people can actually get the right information, seeking them through the right channels. I'm not picking information from, roadside people that give information that don't have any scientific backing, okay, and don't have any substance, behind that, no proofs, no evidences. So a lot of effort. So these things, yes, they affect the program because those the uneducated, the less, exposed in the rural areas, they may pick some of these wrong information and go with it. It may make them to run away from vaccines. They may incidentally now have someone that had maybe a reaction or, 1 in a million that may have had a serious side effect from a vaccine, and they pick it up. They forget that there is nothing that doesn't have any, even vitamin C has side effects. Mm-hmm. When you lick a lot of vitamin C, you have some, cuts on your throat and so on and so forth. Okay, so the vaccines are not to say that they are completely, trouble-free, but if anybody has, most of the things you may have in vaccines, if at all, are minor complaints. Oh, fever. A child becomes restless and crying following, penta because of the pertussis component. Okay, a child has a swelling at the site of the vaccine. Rarely do you talk about more serious things like convulsion, okay, going into shock following the vaccine, what you call an anaphylactic reaction. Okay, and so very rarely, less than 0.05% will have that. Okay, and we now look at those things, juxtapose them with the huge, undeniable positive effects of the vaccine and its protection, then you realize that, they are incomparable. There are no basis for comparison. Mm-hmm. Okay, so people are always encouraged to seek information, right information from their health care professionals, from their doctors, from their nurses, rather than hearing from people by the side, neighbors and so on, people that have warped ideas about vaccine, because there are a lot of myths.
Right.
And these are actually wrong information being passed. And some of these things are passed, not necessarily that the person has a bad motive, an ulterior motive, but because the person that is fielding or spreading information is actually uninformed. So the person is passing information from an angle of ignorance. Okay, on some occasions it may actually be a kind of disinformation. Okay, because there are different misinformation and disinformation, whereby the person is actually doing that with the aim of causing harm to the recipients of such wrong information. So both sides occur, passing wrong information unknowingly and passing wrong information with the purpose of, harming the recipients or denying them what should actually have been helpful to them. So all these are known, and huge efforts are being made to ensure that people have the right information, can source the right information, can approach the healthcare workers and be availed of the right information, and that they practice what is in the best interest of their child or ward.
Right. Do you think insecurity in faraway northern Nigeria stop immunization or hamper the success of immunization in those parts?
Thank you very much. Yes, insecurity remains a big issue, and we can't run away from it. Within security, the facilities that are existent in those areas will not be able to function because they are run by humans. Okay, they need to protect themselves as well. Even those that will access those facilities will not be comfortable because they need to safeguard themselves first. Okay, and then even when you try to reach out to those areas beyond just using the immunization posts and centers, it's still an issue because within security, access brings an issue. Okay, so it's a huge problem when it comes to the coverage of immunization. But you see a lot of health workers that still go out of their way, out of passion for what they believe in, trying to see how they can break some of these barriers. But whether it's the problem, it is a very big challenge. And beyond insecurity, there are other issues, level of education and exposure, okay? Social and cultural beliefs, okay, that are not in tandem with scientific proven knowledge and practice. All these things hamper what people do. We talked about access. It could even be the access road, okay? Being able to actually get to these remote areas because they are virtually, the roads are not accessible, okay? They don't have a means of movement, okay? Or even how to preserve these vaccines in very remote areas where they don't have power and so on and so forth. These are a lot of challenges. So, but be that as it may, effort is being made to see that as much as possible, these people are reached. Okay, but like you mentioned, health cannot improve in isolation. All these sectors have to improve together. We cannot have a natural health system that is growing and doing well. The absence of security, the absence of good road network, okay, potable water, good governance, okay, if there is poverty, malnutrition. So all these things, they work together. Okay, there is what they call intersectoral collaboration. We have the ministries and departments or the sectors coming together to achieve that overall welfare and well-being of the individual. So it's a big issue, and the immunization program at the national and state levels try to see what they can do. There are no states without areas, pockets of areas where there are some level of insecurity. Okay, and it remains an issue trying to overcome the challenges that it poses.
What for you is the role of healthcare practitioners and facilitators in making sure that this kind of information get through to those in the rural areas?
Very important. Yes, it's an unending, effort. It's just like a battle between what is right and what isn't. Okay, trying to make sure that people have the right information, have access to what is. So just like in ENUGU State, we have immunization champions under the Pediatric Association of Nigeria, and there is the same in most other states. Okay, so in every opportunity they have in social media, be it WhatsApp, be it Facebook, whatever social media accounts they have, they advance information on immunization. Okay, they make sure they create awareness about what is available, where you can access them. Okay, and then they show that they answer people's questions, not from the angle of what they think, but from what is the authentic information that is verifiable. Okay, at the rural areas, local governments, ward levels, we have all manners of things that we have in place. Okay, we have immunization officers that try to do outreaches, they try to reach out. So they don't wait for these persons to come to the immunization center alone, they also try to reach out to them. They use town criers, they use the religious leaders in the communities to create awareness. Okay, they use the traditional rulers, they use the president generals of town unions, and other key influencers, opinion leaders in the community to advance the correct information, to make people to know what should be, to make people come out, okay, and access the available facilities. So it's a very robust, it's a very well coordinated process, complex as it may be, but it's a well coordinated activity that tries to reach out to the rural areas and see that people are aware and access this. And we'll talk to mothers at different levels, August meeting, church women organization groups, okay, and even in churches. Health workers are advised to do what? To give health talk in churches. Then at the health centers in the rural, in the PHCs and in the villages, the nurses and the health workers, they also give health talk on general matters, including immunization. And we encourage that as you go home, don't just keep the information to yourself. Talk to your neighbor. Talk to the other person next to you who may not have an opportunity to be part of that information dissemination so that they know. Okay, and if they have issues, this is where they can come to. They have questions so that those things are clarified. So it's not easy, a very big thing. But you know, a lot of challenges a lot of things are making people find it more difficult to even access right information. When a woman cannot even feed or feed her children and she has to transport to the nearest health facility, it becomes an issue. Okay, and so many other things. So the poverty index is worrisome. The degree of malnutrition is alarming. Okay, and all these things are rubbing negatively on the efforts being made in creating that access to vaccines, which will now lead to, you know, immunization that we all desire. So it's these are issues.
You know, most parents don't fully immunize their kids. They immunize their kids. They know the basic ones, but they don't fully immunize. I'm sure that some persons, it's the first time they're hearing they'd have to immunize up until 5. For the one you mentioned, every 6 months up until 5. What are the dangers of not fully immunizing a child?
Well, just like I've mentioned, the other danger there is that that child may not have optimal protection from that disease which the vaccine would have offered optimal protection for.
Okay.
That is one clear danger there. And then what it means is that that child whom the mother thinks may be protected from a particular disease is obviously not protected. And that child can come down. A good example is our tuberculosis. Okay, you still have children that still come down with tuberculosis, particularly with malnutrition, okay, with immunosuppression from maybe picking up HIV or other immunosuppressive illnesses, okay, malnutrition, living in certain conditions that are, you know, not good, overcrowded environment, places that are not well ventilated, living in the midst of people that adults are already having TB and are coughing, you know, openly. All those things will expose the child to tuberculosis. So it's very obvious. If a mother starts a vaccination for a particular disease, against a particular disease, it is advisable to complete that vaccine in line with the schedule. And that is why when you come and receive a vaccine, you are told when to come back. Every mother is informed when to come back. Now the only problem we have is that we don't have an established process whereby a mother that hasn't come when he or she should, or expect you to come back in a month's time, say 1st of June 2025, having given you a vaccine today, and by 1st of June 2025 you've not come, we don't have really that process where a health worker will call the mother and say, Mrs. Okeke Okafor, you were supposed to come back today, we've not seen you. What happened? So that follow-up process is not there. And those things also come with a lot of costs.
Right.
Okay, and we don't also have active processes of driving and getting these people to access these vaccines. So these are the loopholes that are there. In other parts of the world, those calls are made. Because they are advocates for the child. So as a mother, you don't just deny a child what is actually her due for some freezing reasons. They will access you and the child will be given that opportunity to get immunized.
Dr. Obinna Uduagba, many thanks for your time. Thank you for your insights on this particular topic. I mean, it's your environment, it's your turf. I wish I could ask a little more questions, but I'm sure that we're going to leave this for some other time again. Many thanks for your time, sir.
Thank you for having me, and thank you.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv. News in your pocket.
Enugu has struggled with water scarcity, particularly in urban areas. Despite its natural resources, the state's mountainous terrain and aid to the challenge. This has led to residents in some areas resulting to using unreliable and potentially contaminated water sources, highlighting the need for improved access to clean and safe water. Governor Peter Mbah campaigned on providing access to potable water within his first 180 days in office, a promise that resonates with citizens who had long struggled with inconsistent water supply. While the government's efforts have led to increased water production, residents express concern that many homes still lack access to piped water, while some areas experience irregular water flow, undermining the promise of reliable water.
Thanking him for the promises he made, and he fulfill it by giving ENUGU people water. But the one he keep in our area, well, he's trying, but the tap is not rushing well.
People have been complaining that at least as since I've started doing it, they're supposed to do it in a way people will enjoy it. It doesn't rush every day, and when it starts rushing, it doesn't rush fast.
Of the water that he provided, some parts is not rushing for now, but we are benefiting from it. I wish the government should still try hard to make it available every now and then for other people to also benefit from it.
Director of Corporate Communications at Enugu State Water Corporation, Romanus Anike, attributed the inconsistency in water supply, particularly
cannot afford water now. That is why, for the interim, he decided to have water garages, and these water garages will serve the poor people within the area that cannot afford water connection now. Then, but the problem we have is that these water garages have been vandalized.
In an interview with the Commissioner for Water Resources, Felix Nnamani, he outlined the government's achievement to boost water production. These achievements he attributed to the re-equipping of functional boreholes at the 9th Mile ultra-modern water facilities and the rehabilitation of the augmentation station, which was previously damaged by erosion in Oji River.
ENUGU is generating 120 million liters of water, which is more than enough for what we need within the metropolis for our consumption and for our use. Be that as it is, I could say that production is done right. Transmission is also, done up to 70%. You know that the original transmission line that we had from the 9 miles to the twin tank at the Milken Hill can only take up to 60 to 70 million liters. So we're not able to convey all the waters already produced. But be that as it is, a second, His Excellency has approved and then awarded contracts to TLD to do a second transmission line to enable us now convey the 120 million liters to ENUGU for our consumption and for our use.
As the government works towards ensuring accessible water supply in Enugu State, residents remain hopeful that their plight will be addressed in due time, bringing relief to those affected by current water challenges. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam for Signaturetv News.
The fuel pump price, which is very high, is affecting the spending habits of citizens. It's making it very hard. If fuel subsidy is to be reintroduced, I think it will make spending habits of consumers to be less, and the unit price of commodities will reduce because the transportation costs will reduce, which will make life easy for us to live.
It's really an issue that has been lingering for a very long time now. I remember coming down here to this venue today and I saw the queue in the NNPC filling station, and I feel that this is part of the reason why we're having the hike in prices of things, and something can be done. The NNPC can do something about this to make sure that fuel is readily available to every part of Nigeria.
Like now I'm doing business and I want to purchase something. I can't buy it normal price. The price will go higher, and at the end of the day, I cannot even get what to eat. I cannot see money to buy what I will eat with my baby. So it's really very hard for us to survive.
The issue is quite alarming and so disheartening because most of us have a lot of things to do. Like where you used to go to 200 is now 500. Where you used to, somebody that is an average worker, maybe a sales girl that is being paid 30K. Imagine your transport fare every day. You might just, half of your money will be gone for just transportation. It doesn't only affect our transportation, it also affects our daily living. The thing used to, even biscuits, that one hurts me. I'm seriously saying it. Biscuit I used to buy 16 naira is now 120. And 150 on is now 300. Imagine students like us, how we are going to be surviving and how we are going to be managing ourselves. Some of us in school, they are the ones catching for ourselves. So when you combine these two school activities and daily living, it's quite alarming.
To be honest, me, in school, I trekked from the hostel to the gate because the transport fare was 70 naira, but now it is 150. So the increment is so overwhelming that I prefer trekking. Like I rather trek than to spend 150 naira. It's a lot on transport, and the distance is actually so short compared to what it was before. So aside transportation, it has also affected the cost of feeding. Yes. Because if you want to if you want to buy pepper now, pepper that was let me say 20, 15 naira, it's just for 200 naira. Now I don't know what it is now. So both feeding, accommodation, because your agent will also add transportation to go check the building. And all this, like, it's numerous. It's even the school fees has increased. Our school fees has increased.
Welcome back. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. Today we're going to be talking about the rising rate of poverty among rural dwellers, and we have with us an economist and a policy scholar, Dr. Stanislaus Ukeje. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good day.
All right. I mean, there's a whole lot that I've spoken about poverty in the rural areas, you know, specifically given what we are facing. If you look at the statistics, it's really not looking good. Right from 2015 up until this moment, I mean, we've always had a dwindling issue regarding poverty. In 2027, in fact, according to the World Bank, they're saying that more Nigerians would, you know, be poor by 2027. So you wonder what is really causing poverty in the rural areas.
Well, in science, in physics, it says that matter is indestructible. It can change form, but it remains the same. In the same manner, the resources available in the world are finite. as population grows, what is available per person diminishes. That is why, like Jesus said, there will always be poor people around you. Poverty is, I wouldn't say it is created, but is something of the mind. What are the things that a human being requires? Basically, food to be able to live, clothing to cover, to keep warm, shelter from the elements. It does appear to me that the concept of poverty that is widely advertised is in relation to extravagance. You know, everybody, why should the Queen of England live in a Buckingham Palace while other people live in a tin house? That Buckingham Palace, it cannot be available to everybody. But you may say, why? If it's not available to everybody, let everybody stay in a shed. Well, it becomes a matter of power. So, what we should be aiming at is protection from lack of these basics: sufficient food, adequate clothing, adequate shelter. You know, when you have a fort is like a defensive building. You build it to defend maybe a commander, to defend the equipment for the defense of the community. But if you build a fort for somebody who has no property, it's a waste. But again, who will want to hear it? So the existence of poverty is like a foretold occurrence. It's a foretold occurrence. It's not exactly, but we need to define it properly to be able to appreciate what poverty is, because we may be taking other people's definition of poverty. People of my age, when we were young, what people call poverty now was standard.
Really?
Yeah, because we went to school, we didn't wear shoes. And it was not like you are going from Richard Street to Woody Road. Some of us went to school on, sandy road. That's about 2 kilometers from where we were living. So you felt the hotness of the road. But there was no other way. We had only one pupil whose father was, I think, health officer. They used to bring her with a car. But people didn't mind. We could just see the car stop, drop her, come and pick her. But the majority, even the teachers, some of them came on foot. There are a few who had a bicycle. So, if we go to the Bible, it says contentment, godliness with contentment is great gain. Nobody, the surplus that some people have cannot be available to everybody.
But then the level today, we were talking $2.5. It used to be $1 or 1.5.
Tell us again.
How it is rated, how poverty is rated right now, beyond what you have said about shelter, clothing, and food, that you would have to be able to feed for at least $2.5 in a day, that most Nigerians live below $2.5 in a day, and because of that, they are actually poor. Now, if you look at the standard of poverty across rural areas in Nigeria, one would have thought that because they are very close to fertile lands, and agriculture plays a huge role, when it comes to, poverty. A country would survive mostly on the agricultural produce, the exports, and the production from their soil. So you would think that because they're close to arable lands, it's easy for them to cultivate crops and then feed themselves. Why do you think that there is still poverty in rural areas, in places where you know, those lands are fertile and people there are not using the opportunity that they have around them?
Well, there are segmentation of needs. You know, when children are infants, and I'm not trying to, you know, categorize poverty. When children are infants, they are expected to have some level of nutrition so that they don't become stunted. For you now, like I can see you're tall. If maybe it's genetic, your parents may be tall. But if, in spite of that, if you were not properly fed at infancy, you will not attain the heights you have attained. So many people you see that are very short is because they did not eat adequate nutrition when they were infants. When you are a youth, you know, a teenager, you're in secondary school, there are some level of calories you require to be able to make the effort required to play, to read, to walk. When you become a young adult, you know, you may no longer require that type of food. You require just adequate. This is to place what is required or what is needed. But many people don't know it, and the government itself or the public sector doesn't appear to make provision to ensure that people at different levels of their life have adequate nutrition. Like very old people, what they require is geriatric medicine, the medicine for the old. But you go to the hospital, you don't find it. I think there is only one clinic in Nigeria, in the University College Hospital in Ibadan. And it was donated by late Tony Anene. He gave money to build a geriatric clinic where you attend to old people who have arthritis, who have this, is special medicine to give them relief in their old age. You know, when you go to pediatric hospitals, there are, you know, scales for weighing children to know whether their weight is adequate for their age and height. And then things are recommended. But if you recommend food and there is no food, what will people do? So knowledge is also important. If everybody has that knowledge, and that's why when people talk about education and say government is constructing schools, you can construct a school, but there is no learning going on there. There are certain knowledge that should be available to people. That's why you find UNICEF and some of these bodies talking about adequate breastfeeding for infants. You know, what they should eat, allow them to play, give them clean water, you know, so that they can grow. When people are at a young age, you know, what they should be doing. Allow them to play, allow them to run around, eat well, but not too much. But you find that those who eat well in Nigeria are people who have overgrown the need to eat. So we develop a big stomach, big waist. Sometimes it is a carryover of hunger. What we didn't eat when we were young is what we are eating now. And at the same time, depriving young people of food. So the same thing with clothing. You know, you may find St. Michael's, all kinds of carving, you know, selling all kinds of dresses. Stars appear, you know, every day they appear, they wear a new dress. Every day they appear, they wear a new dress. Some of them give away those dresses after using them, maybe for concert. But for some of us, if you go to our homes, you see piles and piles of dress.
Okay, do you think that we should describe our own states of poverty as against what the World Bank is saying about the fact that it must have to be $2.5 per day?
You know that human beings work together. You may discover that in the urban areas, you may see a beggar, and you give him some money. You know, it doesn't cost you much. But in the rural areas, you will not have that. Everybody appear to be at the same level or struggling. So maybe if you go to people's homes, they may give you food if they have. You share it with them. So you will find that the poverty appears to have a domicile in communities that lack so much. In communities where there are plenty, you know, you'll find people, they will come to Signaturetv, so we want to give money to children, we want to give them food, come with your camera to cover us. You know, you go, you cover them, they give. Another group of people see what Signaturetv have covered, they will come and say, oh, we want to go to a girls' school, to give them sanitary pads, to give them this, to give them that. But those things are not available in the rural areas. So that's why you find a classification in which rural poverty is higher than urban poverty. It doesn't mean that poverty in the urban areas is a good. It's only that is here, it is domicile. Here you may find a variety of people, rich, poor, this. So even housing. You go to the rural areas, some people who have enough housing, they don't live there. They lock it up. Those who don't have houses, you know, just stay around in shelter. But why you find these reports about poverty is that fiscal policy ought to modify asset holding. Fiscal policy ought to modify asset holding. In the US, you may find somebody who has a house. When the mortgage or the tax on the housing is high, he will give up the house and rent. When the situation changes, he also goes back to engage in a mortgage. But here we don't have that kind of situation. Although we have taxation, but sometimes it's aggressive and penalty without consequences or without direction. So let's say Signaturetv adopts a school in this neighborhood and says, okay, we're going to appoint a cleaner who will get you a water dispenser. For that expenditure, the government should give you tax relief. Completely. In other words, that amount you have spent on that school will be non-taxable. In fact, if the things are done properly, government will match what you have done. If you spend 1 million on that school for cleaning, supply of clean water, employment of a health superintendent, the government will give you an additional 1 million to make sure that you upgrade what you are doing. That is fiscal policy. But the more you see, maybe you have very smooth highways in the cities. When you go to that smooth highway, you will see my 20-year-old car. Any new car, or most new cars you see on the road belong to government and government-related people. So the expenditure is on the consumption of government and its allies, while the people are left. And as people aspire to live like those in government, they leave the little things they can do to help themselves, because they think that planting a mango, waiting for it to ripe, selling it, will not enable them to buy a Prado Jeep. But everybody can be riding Prado Jeep. If you eat well, ride a bicycle if you can, walk if you have the strength, it's okay. That's why I'm saying that, you know, the perception of poverty is also a problem. But the signal from government is also not good. Because people in government are servants. I can't imagine you employing a servant who drives Prado. Your money. You ask him that there should be a divorce.
Indeed. But there's policies that government can embark upon in order to stem the tide of poverty, because it's not even looking good. it hasn't looked good in the last 10 years. And the report also stated that by 2027, Nigerians will be poorer. So are there specific things that this government can do, or even individuals on their own, that they can do in order to stem the tide of slipping into poverty? Because these days, in fact, they say we don't even have a middle class. It's either you're rich or you are poor.
You know, I talked about fiscal policy. There are things that government can do. If government changes its own behavior, its own consumption behavior, it will free resources. You know, you can have, maybe the government has a presidential lodge at Nsuka, presidential lodge at Abani, presidential lodge at Ojiriba. How many presidents do we have in the country? You know, those houses or those lodges become a hiding place for operators in government. If you cut off those things, you will free money. If they also lower their own consumption, it will free money. Then, if they assist people who are in active work to produce better, let's take Signature Television, for instance. Assuming that the government sees what you do and say, okay, we want you to install a free-to-air transmitter in ENUGU. You say, well, we can't afford it. He said, no problem. We are going to give it to you. All what we demand from you is that 4 hours every day, you will do health education, general health education, telling people to screen for cancer, screen for hepatitis, screen for malaria regularly. Maybe the cost of producing the graphics will be yours, but the transmitter will be your own. Any advertisement you earn, advertising income you earn on that transmitter, you can keep it. It's tax-free. But do it. That's a help.
Absolutely.
If there are communication students who are asked to come to your place to learn how to do interviews, how to work, how to manage, and the government pays them a stipend so that you carry them on without carrying additional cost.
Yeah.
Let's say the government wants to build roads in a city. It spends 6 months. You go to the geography department of the state university and say, look, we want to do a survey of this city to know the lowest point, the highest point, so that when we build our roads, we will be directing the water flow to that lowest point, and then what to use the water for. But they don't do it. It may take a longer time to build, but it will last. In other words, you engage the people more. Because if you engage the geography department in survey, many people will want to study geography. But if you leave them there, people will say, what are you studying geography? What for? You want to create local government, you want to create districts, you ask the Department of History and Anthropology to tell you how people are related. They do the study and come out and tell you that you see this community here and this community here, they are related, but they moved apart over something. That if you don't put them together, they will be pulling together, and therefore be disrupting any community you put them in. So engaging people in meaningful work and making their talents pay is a means of reducing poverty. A means of reducing poverty. You know, the food we eat, which our people can produce, akede, achicha, abacha. When you go to government banquets, you don't see it. We import Versace rice. In other words, you undervalue our own output and overvalue the output of other people. That is how to get things done. If government is going to be using a type of vehicle, you make it a policy that this vehicle will be used continuously for the next 20 years, and therefore the manufacturer should come, set up a plant, train mechanics, and will continue to use it. But if you make a pious governor, he uses Mercedes. When Stan becomes governor, he uses BMW. You know, the whole place is littered with vehicles that are not used. That's not how economies grow. Singapore, Iran, they didn't behave that way, and that's why they are where they are today. So there are too much of personal desire being projected as public policy by people in government, and there is no control.
Do you think that we can deploy technology in solving poverty issues? And how do you think we can do that?
Well, certainly. Like I use the word aspiration. You know, if you watch young children around you, they will tend to imitate you. If you always touch your beards, even those little children who have no beards, they will be doing like this. They will say, when I grow up, I'll be like Charles. So, we are imitators. God has finished creation. Human beings imitate those who are, visible. In the 1990s, the World Bank introduced a program they called Poverty Reduction Strategy to guide government. And they said, before we can give you support, you should prepare a poverty reduction strategy paper. We will look at it and see where we can help you. But what you will find is glamour. Government is building a Tower of Babel, painting this. Those things attract people from useful work to become onlookers. Kaije Klianya. And I say, Kako say, he say, oh, say, Kiagako, where what I hear name, Yaje Bawa. He was a Mary, I found the mother of Ghana. Somebody a borrow Timbu, or Timbu, and it's something. And the eating is not productive, it's just consumptive. They redistribute the income. And those people who manage to get money through being a sycophants, what they do is to try to consume like the people who gave them the money. They go and buy a used car, paint it, put horn, move around. Before you know it, if their sponsor disappears, they themselves will crash. In our homes, we try to avoid poverty. If maybe my father had 20 children, I'll try to have 3 or 2. Because I knew that maybe when we were 20, many people were sleeping on the corridor. Some people will go to other people's house to sleep, so to find accommodation. You don't repeat it, but it is for the government to enable people to find the means of livelihood. Another way of reducing poverty is to create forum for volunteers. In this ENUGU, for instance, there are hundreds of medical doctors who have retired from formal work. But those people can do a lot of good if they are given opportunity to volunteer. They can look at, say, Queen's School and say, this Queen's School, the standard there is high. You recruit the best students to go to Queen's. You recruit the best students to go to Okonalo Girls or, such schools. We will go there to give them school health talk and attention. Don't pay me. Just provide cotton wool, water, disinfectants. When I come, I ask the children to open their mouth, look into it, see their teeth. Maybe I'll come once a week. A lot of poverty will be reduced because when children are ill in school, the schools send them home to go to their parents for treatment when they may not have money. There are volunteers who can do so many things. So volunteerism is good. When people volunteer, you help them, you honor them, you protect them. That's why you find Bill Gates being talked about all over the world, because he's volunteering. It was volunteers that reduced the incidence of tapeworm in Ebonyi. It was sponsored by Jimmy Carter. So a lot of things there are people who can volunteer to be teachers in school. A lot of good people who are brilliant in mathematics. They are retired or they don't have a job. But you give them a volunteer system, then it will begin to work. I think when Meko Merwa was governor of Old Anambra State, there was a volunteer service scheme. People came, volunteered to do certain things for government or for the public. Chief Ndukaya, he was a volunteer road safety man, and everybody knew him as a volunteer, and he did it very well. He did it enthusiastically. In the past, there used to be volunteer policemen. They call them police Eliza. They come in the evening, they control traffic and free the proper policemen to do crime fighting.
Right. Again, we have seen a lot of these poverty alleviation programs over the years. I mean, I can't remember the amount of times we've had different governments come in and they bring out certain programs to alleviate poverty. One would have thought that by now, if that program were to be used to take people out of poverty, the numbers would have been reducing, but it does look like the number is going the other way around. I'm just thinking, really, do you think those poverty alleviation programs, did any good to us?
I think it's a misnomer to call what the government does poverty alleviation program, because a program should last for a long time. What they do is photo opportunity for poverty alleviation projects. You get thousands of grinding machines to distribute to people. What are they going to grind?
Tomatoes.
Where is the fuel to run the grinding machine? You meet people at their point of their need. At the point of their need. A young person who is strong, you give the person a motorcycle to be running motorcycle transport. You have taken him away from agriculture. You are taking him away from a lot of things. Sometimes you expose them to drug use because they meet hard people on the road and adopt their ways. What you need to do is to meet people at their point of need. Let us say that you go to an area. In the past, almost all the okra consumed in the what you may call the southeast now was grown along the corridor from Oboka to Aniri up to Otankpa and Umahe. But now we bring okra from Bauchi and Gombe. There can be no better poverty alleviation program than returning to those places and giving them seedlings, guaranteeing prices, providing adequate transport and routes for their business. You get what I mean? Those things that people do, like people who make earthenware from Oha, from Inyi, it is the same thing that brings this. It's only the level of firing. If you meet the people at their point of their work and say, yes, earthen pots. Now, the earthen pot is no longer fashionable, but it can be good for decoration. But can you move into this level of production, plates, drinking cups? What you need is a kiln to fire it. You need this for coloring. Everybody should know how. It cannot be one person, one kiln. We are going to build a kiln in your community. We will get somebody from IMT or GTC who is a manager of the kiln. In the first 4 years, nobody will pay anything. Just come and use the kiln. The government will pay. After 4 years, we will evaluate your performance and say, okay, you will start owning it. You now own it and pay the manager. You have changed their lifestyle. The same thing with maybe clothes making. You look at people, they are wearing rags, but they are tailors, but they can't find enough work to do because the textile is expensive. You build a textile village or a tailoring village and say, okay, we're going to give you 1, 2, 3, 4 equipment. It is by division of labor that you increase output. You should not try to be a bespoke tailor that you cut, you sew, you needle, everything. No. If you want to specialize in buttonholing, that's what you will do. So we will give you enough job. You want to be cutting, okay, you want to cut collar, you want to cut cuffs, you will learn that job. A student who is a full-time student can take time out every week to go and do cutting for shirts, cut for sleeves. Then you even stimulate students to go around the city and take measurement of people. That is why sometimes when we buy shirts made maybe abroad, it doesn't fit us because our structure is different from their structure. But there's no statistics. No one person can collect that statistics, but government can do it and say, on the average, 40-year-old men in Nigeria are of this arm length, leg length, middle length or middle size. When you go to that yellow pages, you see it, and then you produce dresses that will fit most people. You get what I mean?
Yes, I
so
understand
the infrastructure for production is not only road and building. There are soft infrastructure, data. And if you spend time, if government spends effort in public health, educating people how to, prevent malaria, prevent typhoid, then the medical doctors will not be running away. If you go to other countries, a medical doctor may come to his clinic and see maybe 10 people in a day. So he has time to read journals, take statistics, write reports, feel a sense of himself. But when you come to work in the morning and you see 2,000 people waiting for one doctor, even the doctor himself will become ill. And when the doctor is ill, then the whole community is ill.
Right. Do you think poverty is used as a weapon by the political class in order to perpetuate themselves in power?
Yeah, it perpetuates itself when the circle is not broken. Like I've told you, you see around the ENUGU now, anywhere you see manual labor, it's mostly people from the north.
Manual labor?
It's the contractors that hire them, road digging, because maybe they don't bargain for higher pay.
Okay.
The state government will give somebody a job, then he hires people from the north. Because if you go to artisans, you will see many of them. These are children from poor homes, because in most of their communities, it is not expected that a girl will reach the age of puberty in her father's house. So in their villages, once a girl is nearing puberty, she's married away. She has maybe 1, 2, 3 children. Another girl gets to puberty, they divorce that one, And then the children grow up, either going to religious school, and then they find their way. It is actually the people you see here, the honest people, are helped by their friends who are maybe trailer drivers. They bring them down here free. Some of them bring their friends who are handicapped and station them in places to beg. These are what the Ministry of Social Development should be doing. But now people export their friends from their villages to strange places. You come to the middle of a highway, you see some people who are disabled. It's their friends that bring them in the morning and come to collect them in the evening. Sometimes they collect tax from them. They pay them, or they get a pay for bringing them and taking them back. But the cycle, the source of the production of this surplus population has not been broken, because you will find that maybe in the southwest and the southeast, most girls and boys go to school and they don't leave school till about age 25. That means delayed fertility. And that delayed fertility means reduction in the rate of growth of population. Where people do not go to school, especially girls, the fertility rate is high. The average girl maybe has 4 children, average. In places where girls go to school, the average girl may have 1, 2. Some may say they don't want to get even married, or they want to get married, they don't want a child, because they want to be career people. So the source of the injection in the national poverty picture has not been broken. But when you talk about it, they say you are challenging tradition. So the solution may be restructuring. If you want a high population, yes, have it and keep it for yourself and fend for it. But this distribution of poverty around the country is it creates lack of, it creates insecurity. Because if you don't have money and you are passing by a traffic junction and people are begging you and you look away, you look like you are wicked. And in their eyes, they think that you are okay because you are able, they are not able. But they don't know that you don't have money in your pocket. It's just like, you know, given the cost of petrol now. Many people have very little fuel in their car. When they are driving and you are greeting them, they are looking at the gauge instead of looking at you. So you say, oh, the man ignored me. But the man is in panic. Although he's driving a car, but he's in panic because he doesn't have enough fuel.
So in answering this question regarding whether you feel that the government is culpable when it comes to poverty in Nigeria, do you think that it is deliberate?
I think it's a... So do you think
it is deliberate to keep the people poor?
No, it's ignorance.
Ignorance on the part of the government. They don't know how to go about it.
And the people are affected too. Ignorance. Because it's not like, how will I say it? If we have a ship, a large ship, the captain and the chief engineer, whatever they want, they scrap it from the, maybe it's wooden, they need wood, they cut some from the body of the ship and use it to roast a chicken. They keep doing it, but they are weakening the ship. It's ignorance. Like I said, if people were knowledgeable, you will be content with just not too much. If you reduce your if the people who are well off reduce their consumption and save, that saving will be available for investment. And that investment will provide employment for the unemployed. If those who have skill volunteer, that their volunteerism will help people. If those who have sufficient make donation, and their donation is recognized, not that you donate money to your church, donate to your town union, donate to your family, and still you are asked to pay income tax on all the things you have acquired, then it doesn't make sense. And taxation should not be punitive. Sometimes, I think last year or 2 years ago, there was a report of some Nigerians who are keeping money in the Isles of Man and the Canary Islands because of the taxation. These are money that if they were kept in the country, then, you know, the money can be put to work. If you look at some of the statistics that have been circulating, the government have been borrowing from abroad, borrowing from... But there are people who can lend money to the government, not by going to the government to give him money. But if the state government is building a road from point A to point P, and it's announced publicly that this road will cost 12 billion. It will be constructed in the next 5 years. We want to fund this project through borrowing. If you have money, go to your stockbroker to buy a bond. Many people will buy because one, maybe the road passes through their town. Some people support the idea, they buy the bond, and then they earn interest. That is how Japan and Korea grew up. When Nigerians talk about public debt, they say, oh, the Japanese public debt is 1,000% of their GDP. But the money is owed to Japanese people. Our own, we are not aware. But all what we read is that the government has borrowed. You know, people in government play tennis with bank worker, bank managers. They give them money, or contractors come and say we are going to, it should be contractor finance. Nobody knows the amount until the statistics comes out. The road is not built, but the debt is being owed. So there are many ways in which the states or the country can become integrated by borrowing from those who have savings, paying them interest on that their savings, and creating a market for them to rediscount their bonds when they need it. Assuming that you lent money for 5 years for government to build the road from Nsukka to ENUGU. But you now have a need for that money. You go back to the stockbroker and rediscount that, so you feel happy. But when the government cannot even pay pension to its workers, gratuity is owing it, he doesn't care, who will want to lend money to it?
Interesting. So as individuals, I know that the role that individuals can play in making sure that they don't get into that seeming poverty numbers, because again, every now and then, because of the biting economic situation that we're faced with, increased pump price and everything, what role do you think individuals can play? What should an individual in Nigeria be doing now to make sure that his future is a little bit secured, is not dragged into that poverty line?
It is actually for the government to lead, because individuals cannot lead themselves except they have knowledge, and if there are no obstacles on their way.
So what knowledge do you have that can help some individuals who are looking to make sure they don't get into the poverty line?
No individual manufactures the knowledge. It is a group thing. That let us say, for me now, I'm an economist. I know that late Dr. Pius Okibo studied by correspondence to get his first degree. In other words, he didn't go to a university to sit down. If I know it, I can apply to University of London to study maybe mathematics. Professor Chikobi also got his first degree in mathematics by studying by correspondence. That is knowledge. Many people are struggling to go to university. They are not aware that there's inadequate accommodation, there's inadequate classroom, there's inadequate library. They just want to go and do matriculation, only to get there and discover that the place is jammed. We have an open university, but it is inadequately funded. But there are open universities around the world. So knowledge can be thrown open to people. Like washing your hands before eating. People may not know because they cannot see the microbes. That's why I've said that education, the money spent on education, should not only be for construction of a building. Releasing knowledge. Zeke said, show the light and the people will follow.
So what kind of knowledge is needed?
General knowledge. General knowledge. If there are success stories, it should be made known. There's a book written by Abira Alice Madeke. I saw it at the airport and I bought it. When I read it, I became aware. This was somebody who He was the eldest son of his parents. He saw his father work, as a timber merchant, supplying to the railways. When it was time for him to go to secondary school, the northern region prevented people from the south from entering their secondary school. So his father had to send him back here. He studied at St. Bart's at Asata so that he can qualify. In other words, he did like repeating standard 6. Then he took entrance and went to Our Ladies on Nature. There are many success stories like that. People who came, the poverty is not like a bench where somebody sits permanently. If information is provided that Zeke was a small boy, that he was not always an old man. He went to school, he didn't dodge classes, he went to America, he remembered that his father retired, took his pension and gave it to him to enable him to fly. And he came back. Those who go abroad to study will always want to come back to help those they left behind. So the education I'm talking about is not just like writing on the board. It is for the public sector to bring out success stories. Even, let's take the governor of Enugu State, for instance, now. If his true life story is told, some people can copy it if it is adequate, just like other people. Chris Echugu has just died. May his soul rest in peace. I mean, some of us who knew him, not knew him as person to person, but how he played for a secondary school, played for academicals, played for Rangers. So one Mr. Gufere, who was a manager of Vasco da Gama, said after Chukwu's death that he approached him to join Vasco da Gama. But Chukwu told him, "Oh, I'm sorry. Rangers had already approached me." That's why it was an honest behavior. That is the kind of story that people should know, that honesty pays. When he went to Ranger, he didn't migrate from one club to the other.
Right.
Are you following?
Yes.
So there are so many things that can be opened to people so that they can see and follow that path.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Dr. Stanislav Ukeje, many thanks for your time and your insight on this topic, the rising rate of poverty among rural dwellers in Nigeria. Many thanks for your time, sir.
I think Signaturetv is already breaking the cycle of poverty by bringing knowledge to people that poverty is not like a cross fixed in one place. It's just a circumstance, and you can change it by increasing your production, changing your consumption. Like Obi said, reduce consumption, increase production. Modify those things. Pay attention to those things that needs to be done, and leave the things that don't need to be done. Don't engage in excessive consumption.
Stan, many thanks again. Truly appreciate it.
It's my pleasure being here.
All right. So it's been one interesting discourse all morning with you. We're building up to the 2027 general elections, and we have a special interview right after this. Do stay with us. So we're building up to the 2027 general elections. Like I always say, that look, by this time next year, most political parties, if not all of the political parties, would have known who would be their flag bearer for the presidential elections that will be up the upper year in February 2027. We're already counting down. There are parties that are doing their realignments. There are individuals that are also doing alignments and realignments as we build up to the 2027 general elections. So we have with us via Zoom this morning Shehu Abdullahi Wasagu is the Secretary, Social Democratic Party, SDP, Kebbi State. Good to have you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. I don't know what you're... Okay, can you please unmute yourself, sir? If you will, please try as much as possible to unmute yourself. All right. So I was going to ask that what is your reading of what's going on across political parties? It does look like every political party is having a major issue. I mean, the other day we saw the Supreme Court give a judgment that even made matters worse in the Labour Party. We've seen PDP, you know, almost in comatose, and even APC have their own issues too. I mean, do you think that there's ever going to be a coalition of opposition party agreeing to actually field one candidate that would match APC in 2027?
Well, that will be a little bit difficult situation, but what I'm saying is the candidates that are vying for either presidential or governorship, all of them have their own intention, plan, and what have you. So it will be difficult to have a single candidate before, that comes from different parties to merge as single candidate. I think that is the best decision to be done by the delegates. What I feel in a democratic setting is that everybody should have rights. So the best way is to allow everybody to participate. And the best way is to allow everybody to pick forms. There's nothing wrong in doing consensus or whatever. But the last option is primaries, which I felt is more democratic. People look at it as it may split the party as a result of somebody winning, somebody losing. But on a very good day, when you lose at primaries, you cannot blame yourself or anybody, but you blame the play role of the party. I mean, it is the delegate decision. It is the delegate are representing the people they are delegating for. So I think now, having said that, when we choose to elect single candidate from consensus, from different parties right now, as we speak now, we have like Peter Obi, Atiku, Prince Adebayo, and what have you, all in SDP. Now, if you pick one of them, those who are being left will go back to their roots and fight against you. So I think it is very wrong for a party or for them. But if they choose among themselves to nominate one of them, I think that is okay. But for the party, it will be very wrong to pick somebody. And that's why I prefer let the law take its course. Let the whole process be done democratically. Okay.
All right. I mean, there's a whole lot around these particular elections because, again, we've seen in this government, so many persons have said that it hasn't really done well. We are 2 years into this administration. We're counting another 2 years to the end of this first term of this administration. One would wonder whether really the opposition is ready to take the bull by the horn with what you are seeing. There must be some level of unity. In fact, some persons say that if the opposition had even tried to unify in 2023, I mean, APC wouldn't have won that particular election. If you see the numbers of votes that other opposition parties gathered in the 2023 elections. But going forward into 2027, I mean, as time passes on, it becomes even difficult to see any alignment. Don't you see that mistake playing out again in 2027 in places where you feel and see that that opposition would refuse to align in order, to go head on with the APC in 2027?
Well, as for the government of the day, this is the government that has already lost itself. I mean, that fought itself. When you look at what is happening today, there's demonstration everywhere. The level of insecurity is increasing in every part of the country. So the economic hardship is getting more and more worse by the day. So the government has already, I don't think if there is any miracle that will make people to change their mind, because the common man on the street has already lose confidence in this government, and this is very obvious. So for the political parties, the opposition parties, it is a very great opportunity for them to come together. Like we in SDP, what we are seeing is anybody that is coming to us should purify himself and join us with our conditions, with our discipline, and leave whatever he learned from other parties. That's why we are not into this, what you call merger, but anybody that is leaving whatever party he was should join SDP as SDP oriented candidate. I mean, whatever, you can call them purified candidate, but you have to abide by our constitution, by our rules, by our system of governance. SDP is the only party that takes care of almost every issue in this country. We have a good representation. We have the leadership that is very courageous, that is very confident. We have a discipline in our dealings. So I think the best way is not just to come together as, this has happened to APC when they merge all other parties, and today this is the result of their merger. I mean, you can see the economy is getting out of hand. Somebody from AC, somebody from CPC, the current president is from AC, and this is the result of the merger, because when you bring different people with different ideas, with different perspective of things, you are likely to form a failure, and this is the result. So in SDP, what we prefer is somebody should join the SDP and be SDP member, not just a member, obey the rules and the guidelines of SDP. We run a party that starts its leadership from the grassroots, from the polling units, and we give emphasis and more respect to wards and constituency. For example, if you are coming as a presidential candidate, we want you to go back to your ward and recognize your ward, because that is where you emerged from. So you respect your ward, you respect your leaders at the ward level, not just during the election, but even after winning the election, because our system will refer back every administrative policies from the party offices. Appointments and political appointees must come from the party office, not from the what they used to call cabals in any government, or the associate of governor after the winning election. So the party is the father and mother of the elected and appointed political appointees. So basically, you cannot just be doing things the way they are doing now. When you are elected, you just do whatever you feel like, not with or without the consent of your electorate. So this is what we plan, and this is what we are implementing. We have taken a very long time planning the party, and We are going to implement it bit by bit. So it's very simple. We all know the right, we all know the wrongs. So our stand is to bring out the rights of every individual, irrespective of tribe, religion, and what have you. So this is our plan.
All right, there are people who think that SDP is already compromised, giving its antecedents. I mean, we understand the role of the party in 1993 presidential elections was eventually annulled. Some people think that the current president has some influence there, and it's already compromised even before the 2027 election, that all the move that is happening there is just basically to distract Nigerians from a true coalition.
Well, I think people are getting it wrong. Bola Ahmed Tinubu was a senator, was an elected senator during the former SDP. That was then. But the SDP we are having today is the SDP that was formed by Baba, the former SGF. And it is very wrong when you think everybody is just the way you are. You think everything can go wrong. But the fact is, we are Democrats. We have been there. We have been working. When they make their own alliance during the APC, we were not part of it. If Tinubu has control, he would have merged us. But it's not like that. So for today, we have been participating in all the elections across the country. And we are participating to win, not just to participate. Unfortunately, the system does not allow us to do so. And when we voted for Prince Adebayo, a lot of people are saying he's from Yoruba extraction, is sent by Tinubu and what have you. But it appears to be not to be true, because today there is no body that criticizes Tinubu reasonably more than Prince Adebayo in the whole of the country, including our politicians. He criticizes him with rational points. And our national chairman made it clear that we are all out to clinch the leadership of this country. We are all out to take over the country from the wrong hands. So I think for somebody to think we are playing, we are compromising, is very wrong. I want to assure Nigerians, that in particular people of Kebbi State, that we are here to change the narration. That is what we intended to. Being a member of the former SDP does not make him to be our leader. He is the president of the country. Sure, we will follow the rules and regulations to take over the country. But I can tell you, we will produce a candidate that will not only fight him, but will defeat him in the forthcoming 2027 election. We are all out for that. And I can tell you, from the grassroots up to the top, we are prepared and we are doing so. And it is very wrong when people choose to tarnish your image. They can go to any length. And even at your home, this can happen. If you are vying for a particular seat, somebody might choose the method of tarnishing your image in order to discourage people from having confidence in you. So it's one of those things, but I can assure you, we are not joking. We are all out for that, and that is our intention.
Well, you have mentioned earlier that the coalition that brought APC to power, hasn't done well in the last few years that they have stayed on to power. We had the ACN, we had the AMPP, we had the CPC, and parts of ABGA, joining the party to form the APC in 2014, and they will go eventually to win the elections in 2015. I mean, is it not the same thing that SDP is trying to do, because we understand that they are also talking to different political bigwigs. They are talking to Peter Obi, they're speaking to Atiku. El-Rufai has just joined. And it's even circumspect that El-Rufai was part of those who formed the APC in 2014. So having him in that fold for someone who supported Tinubu to power and now he's moving to the SDP, I mean, some persons would think through it. I mean, why would they want to come on to SDP knowing the antecedent of El-Rufai specifically and the role he has played? And now it does look like he's turned the saint going to the SDP to almost do the same thing, because he has called for Atiku, Peter Obi, and other persons to join the SDP to oust APC in 2027.
Well, Malam Nasir El-Rufai is a household name in his country, right from when he was a minister of FCT. He was known to be a very hardworking, a true Democrat. But you know, sometimes when you happen to be a spare tire, you cannot actually bring out the best in you. So the fact that he joined us, we are more concerned with Malam Nasir, not what people think he is, but people think he is. He is a Democrat. That is right. And when you look at Peter Obi in the Southeast, he has done well as far as the Southeast is concerned as a governor. When you look at all these people, we welcome them in the party, not because they participated in forming APC that failed, no, because what they did in their own field, they have done incredibly well. You cannot run away from the fact that El-Rufai has done well as a governor in Kaduna State. Everybody knows that. We are regarding him as an asset. It's a popular name, and we will make him an SDP. That's why I said from the initial stage that he is coming to us, dropping all the bad things he learned in APC, and join us to bring out the best of him. What I mean by the best of him is that we will give him chance, unlike what he had in the previous government. He never had better chance to practice what he learned. So anybody, Peter Obi is coming from Labour Party, Atiku from PDP, what we will treat them is we will purify them and make them SDP. SDP is a party that stands for social justice. So anybody that is running from councillor to the president will run his affairs basically on social justice. Social justice to all that you represent. So we are not afraid of anybody, even if you are coming from zero party or whatever party, or even if you have not participated in any politics. But what we are saying is, when you join us, your bedrock is social justice. And that is how you will govern. You will govern, you will represent, you will do well, you will be with us, and we will be guiding you. In many cases, when you think of what I mean by we have the ESCO that run this party for a very long time. That's why anybody that is coming is going to work with our party ESCO. And we have the discipline to take care of any situation. It is very simple. Whenever the leadership, whenever people are being elected, they abandon the party and go on their own. This is one of the greatest mistakes of our present system. We in SDP, we are all out to implement the party programs in terms of governance. And if you look at APC, everywhere, everybody goes on his own. Look at how they are changing their leadership as if they are playing with a nursery student. I mean, when Tinubu came into power, the leadership was changed. Now, what have you? The former governor of Kano is the chairman. I wonder what process they went through to make him as a chairman. It has become a tradition. So many things are being brought in by PDP, which they will change anybody they like, the leadership at any time, those in power, I mean those that are elected. I will be wondering, when you join SDP, you are a son, and we are your parents. And I don't think a good son will go beyond his parents' control. So anybody that is with us is our son, and you have to be a son, and we will assure you we will be your parents. That will bring about justice in in all stages of leadership.
I mean, that's part of the issue. I mean, APC promised that they are going to sanitize everybody coming from different parties to have the ideology, the APC ideology. And yeah, look at where we have come to. I mean, what is the difference? If you have the same people who you know, moved from one party to another, coming to your party, and then you're promising us, just like what they promised us in 2014, and then they eventually got people to vote for them in 2015. I mean, what is the difference? Why do you think that the SDP would be so fantastic and so powerful to be able to change the ideology of these people who are coming from different places and different parties to come and form a coalition on the platform of the SDP? Don't you think that SDP might implode even before, you know, the primaries for 2027?
No, you see, when you look at the reality, the merger was being formed not because there are people that are capable of running that. The merger is basically for Buhari. When you say APC, be realistic to yourself. APC means Buhari, because these people that come together, as Tinubu tried to bring Atiku during AC and fail, they realized that the only person you can present to fight Goodluck then was Buhari. So when Buhari take over the country, I mean, when they are forming when he take over the country, it is not the APC that is leading the country. It is Buhari alone. That's why he had Kabal. So this is different. We in SDP, we don't have anybody but the party. So anybody that is coming into the party is coming to the party, not what APC did. When you look at what they thought, because when Buhari served as a military president, it was a government of high discipline system that works with principle of laws. Everything is law abiding. So everybody think the same Buhari will do the same thing. And this is the Buhari that has no idea along with him. Instead, he's having professor. So this is the whole thing. There was no guiding principle in running the affairs of APC specifically. It was basically rested on Buhari's influence and powers. So whatever they say, they just write it and keep it. Their constitution is Buhari. Whatever they tell you is written is not true, because when you look at the combination of people that come behind Buhari and supported him, that's why it does not take longer than we thought. Atiku had to leave because the system is not helping him. It's not working with him. So SDP is, like I said, is having a solid foundation. We have discipline, we have a sound constitution, and we are not looking at Baba Falai is not even in the party now, is they are resting. So SDP at all levels are not looking at anybody as their role model or whatever you can call him. We are looking at ourselves as to lead ourselves under the democratic setting, government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That's why we are saying social justice is our main theme. So, like I said, Buhari is the only APC constitution. Whether you like it or not, they will deny. They will try to say no. But what they are looking at is it is the Buhari that will purify you. It is Buhari that will make you free from corruption and what have you. Then what happened? those that come behind him, those that make him up, are more corrupt than even the good luck regime. So unfortunately, this is what happened. But in SDP, it is the constitution, it is the party this thing that will party leaders that will come together with the elected members to run the affairs of the country. So no godfather. This is just the difference. And I want you to know, we have been doing this right from 2011. We are into this. We are doing this. When you look at our few elected members in some states and in the senators, they are almost doing the same thing. When you look at our two senators in Nasarawa, if you go to their constituency and see what they are doing, you'll be surprised. Our state assembly, of recent, one of our members in Ekiti is doing very well in terms of harmonizing the dividends of democracy in his constituency. So the whole thing is, it's just like an injection. It is there running in your blood. So once they come in, I can tell you, within first 3 weeks of their registration, they will start excreting what they come with, and will inject them with new blood system. This is a guarantee, I assure you.
All right. I want to appreciate you really for giving us an insight into what's going on with the SDP. But I'm just thinking, on a final note, just in 1 minute if you can, what is SDP's mindsets as it relates to the North and the South dichotomy as to who takes the presidential tickets? Do you think that it's going to be a level playing field, or the sentiment will be for a Southerner over a Northerner, or a Northerner over a Southerner?
Well, I think what we are now considering in the country is the sixth geopolitical. And when somebody is talking about South, West, North, I think he's missing the point. We have long ago forgot about this. We are more concerned with the geopolitical. As it is now, this country needs a competent leadership, irrespective of the geopolitical. So in SDP, what we will look into is who is competent, who is capable, from which geopolitical. We should please, as a matter of consideration, forget about North and South, because the Constitution only recognizes the geopolitical. So what we are more concerned is competency. You can be from either any of the geopolitical. Once you are competent, that is what we need. In a very good thinking and on a very good direction, this country does not need a Southerner or a Northerner as a president. What we need is a competent, non-biased, presidential candidate or president, because when we choose to center our system into the South and West, we have the good people in the South, we have the good in the North. So if we choose only South or North, we are missing the point, because in a good democratic setting, a region can continue to lead as long as they can produce presidents or leaders that are, that can balance the system, that can be equitable, that can employ social justice to all and sundry. So we have discussed this, and we are still discussing.
Yeah.
All these candidates that are coming, I can assure you, we are picking them. Anybody that emerge, we are picking him based on competence, not geopolitical. I mean, it can be geopolitical, but competency first. So this is what we discussed, and this is what we are planning on. So anybody, because when you have a good leader, that's why we still call our past heroes, Awolowo, Sardauna, Tafawa Balewa, because you hardly remember Tafawa Balewa is from Bauchi. You hardly remember Awolowo is from Zungeru or Unewi, but you see him as a national. So this is what we are planning. We are producing whoever the country, the people of the country will look at him as our leader. Today in the north, nobody sees Sardauna as Sokoto man. Any part of the country sees, in the north sees him as our leader. So this is our plan, and this is what we are going to work on.
All right, Shehu Abdullahi Wasagu, many thanks for your time. We truly appreciate you. He's the Secretary, the Social Democratic Party in Kebbi States. Thank you so much for your time. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're back shortly after this, and this time we're switching gears to speak to the issues regarding information technology. We're back after this, to stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every what happened at the burial of the Pope, what to expect from the conclave, and the future of the Catholic Church in Africa. Also tonight we'll be looking at service, and our guest is Alan Ntambi, past District Road Tract representative. He came all the way from somewhere in Africa that I won't be talking about, but he's already in the studio and getting ready to speak with us later on the program. We have these and more on your late night show, Full Day. Don't go away. Trending tonight, Justice Njideka Nwosu-Iheme of the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Wuse Zone 2, Abuja, has sentenced the husband of late singer Osinachi Peter Nwachukwu to death by hanging. Justice Nwosu-Iheme found him guilty of culpable homicide resulting in the death of the deceased on April 8, 2022. The judge sentenced Nwachukwu to death after the court had held that the prosecution had proven the burden of proof placed on it by the law and subsequently found defendant guilty. Nwachukwu was arraigned on June 3, 2022 by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation on behalf of the federal government on a 23-count charge bordering on culpable homicide, punishable with death, criminal intimidation, cruelty to children,
criminal intimidation of children, spousal battery, among others. Justice Nwachukwu Iheme sentenced Nwachukwu to death by hanging on count 1, while he was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment each on counts 2, 3, 8, 9, 12, 13, and 18. The court sentenced the defendant to 6 months imprisonment on count 10, 3 years imprisonment on count 11, while he was fined a sum of 500,000 naira and 200,000 naira on counts 6 and 7. The late gospel artist, who had several tracks including Ekwueme, died at the age of 42. Her death triggered outrage in the country, with fans and Nigerians calling for justice for the singer. Also trending, after 10 days of closure to make way for rehabilitation, the runway of the Akanu Ibiam International Airport, ENUGU, has been reopened. Correspondent Ugonna Owalu, who was at the airport on Monday, reports that aircraft are expected to land and take off from the runway by Tuesday.
The asphalt surface of the runway had suffered a severe rupture, prompting the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, to temporarily close the airport for repairs. The closure had far-fetching implications, affecting passengers, airlines, and the local economy. The Southeast Regional Manager at the Akanu Ibiam International Airport, ENUGU, Hilary Omonna, while taking Signature TV through the runway, emphasized that the airport had always been very safe and remains so as part of its core values. He maintained that FAN remains committed to the well-being of the passengers and staff, as well as providing a secure and conducive environment for all. From all indications, the runway is ready for safe landing and takeoff of aircraft, to the delight of the air travelers. From the Akanu Ibiam International Airport, Enugu, Ugonne Owalu reporting for Signature TV.
And also trending, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrived at the Tel Aviv District Court on Monday to testify in his long-running corruption trial. He has denied any wrongdoing and has pleaded not guilty. Netanyahu is on trial over a series of corruption charges, which he denies. He appears weekly in a Tel Aviv court to testify in the 2019 indictment in 3 cases involving gifts from millionaire friends and allegedly seeking regulatory favors for media tycoons in return for favorable news coverage. And finally, on our trending list tonight, 16th century Sistine Chapel, where conclaves are held, was closed to tourists on Monday to allow for preparations for the vote. Visitors who queued outside the Vatican Museum expressed disappointment at not being able to see the famous frescoes by Michelangelo. Art students from China, Go Feng and Feng Gonyang, said it was a big regret not to see the chapel.
I've been here before. I was here about 25 years ago. These guys have never been here before. My mum loves history. Would have been amazing to see the Michelangelo picture. I mean, that's stunning. But look, I think we still enjoyed what we saw. There were still many, many, many rooms that we could explore. And I think we still got a lot out of it. But yeah, obviously disappointed that we didn't get to see.
Definitely disappointed.
Yeah.
To be to come from so far, to be able to not to go into one of the major sites is very disappointing. Yes.
Yeah, and also they don't
refund you the money.
A refund for that particular. But I guess we still got to experience some of it, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Well, it's a little bit empty for my expectation. I was thinking that will be crowded, but it's good to see all the parts. But of course, we missed the jewel of the crown, the Sistine Chapel. But we understand the situation, and we have to go back another time.
We are the art students, and we come from China to study art. And in this year, we visit a lot of museums, but it's very afraid that we can't see the sistines.
Okay, we've been planning this for many years. We were coming, we got cancelled for various reasons. We were disappointed about the Sistine Chapel, but After being in the museum, I'm fine with it. Yeah, it's beautiful. It was beautiful.
So we've been planning the trip for about 3 weeks. We were a little bit sad that whenever we heard the Sistine Chapel was closed, we really wanted to see the creation of man, right? So a little bit sad about it, but we understand the situation and everything, so not too bad.
For what I know, for what we were told, the Vatican museums arrange a specific path to not being too close to the Sistine Chapel. So they arrange a special, itinerary inside. But we see many things anyway.
I knew there's a lot to see, so we are not going everything to see because that's too much. And the Sistine Chapel, it's not good.
Chapel is closed, so
I have to come back for seeing it because we have get a mail that it's closed. So.
Cardinals met on Monday for the first time after the funeral of Pope Francis to discuss a possible date to enter a secret conclave and elect the next leader of the global church. The conclave is not expected to begin before May 6. Francis, Pope since 2013, died aged 88 on April 21. His funeral on Saturday and a procession through Rome to his burial place at the Basilica of St. Mary's Major attracted crowds estimated at more than 400,000. You're watching Full Day. We'll be back after this timeout. And joining us from the United States of America is a research professor, ecclesiology, World Catholicism and African Studies Center for World Catholicism and Intercultural Theology at DePaul University in Chicago, Father Stan Chu Ilo. Father Stan, glad to have you on Full Day. You're welcome to Full Day, Father Stan. Father Stan, can you hear me?
Thank you very much, Vin.
Well, tonight, what we are discussing with Father Stan,
it's a pleasure to be here.
Who has worked closely with the
Yes, I
Pope,
can.
and who has written a lot about the Vatican and the relationship of the Catholic Church with Africa. And he'll be joining us in a moment. It looks like we are having some problems with the audio from his end because I saw him right now on the screen, and we'll take a little break and see whether we can get a cleaner audio from Father Stan. So we'll take a break and we'll return, and hopefully Father Stan will be with us. Well, I'm glad that Father Stan is rejoining us. Hello, Father Stan.
Hello, Vin.
Father Stan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me, Father Stan?
Yes, I can.
Oh, thank God you're able to join us. Father Stan, you did a lot of work in the Vatican while Pope Francis was alive, and you had written so much on some of the things that happen at the Vatican, especially the relationship between the Vatican and the African Church. But first of all, tell me how you felt when you saw the entire world come to a standstill at the burial of Pope Francis.
Thank you very much, Vin. It's so good to be here. I think that the global outpouring of love, emotion for Pope Francis is, for me, a vindication of what he represented, because I have never seen a pope that had faced so much internal criticism as well as external criticism. You know, many people fail to understand that this man was a prophet who saw tomorrow, who understood clearly that the Catholic Church, and indeed all religious systems and institutions at this present time in human history, we are all being called to become healers, bandaging wounds, extending a hand of friendship to lift those who are down up, and to create and build bridges of friendship. So These are the things that Jesus lived. These are also the things that Pope Francis embodied in his own humble and simple way. But like he constantly said, let us make a mess. Let us move and shake the system so that people can wake up from their slumber and see the sea of suffering humanity that is in need of healing. That's why constantly at the beginning, indeed, of his papacy, he called the world and the church to what he calls a revolution of tenderness. And that revolution of tenderness is about bandaging wounds by extending the love and kindness of God. It is not about watering down the faith. Actually, Pope Francis never changed any single Catholic doctrine, as some of his detractors have charged against him. But he said the church is not just about the logic of law, but rather the logic of love. So that outpouring, seeing so many people from all over the world, seeing thousands of people, they have never seen anything like that in Rome. I think the last time that Rome's street were lined up to welcome or say goodbye to a pope will go back into the late 18th century, Pope Pius the Sixth, who had died in violence, and then he had to be brought back by Pope Pius the Seventh because of the crisis of the papacy at that time. So this was a vindication of a life well lived, and that the message of Pope Francis is a message that resonated with many people across the world, across religions, across races, across nations. He indeed was, like many people have said, a pope of the world and a pope of the poor.
This was a man who tried to remove all the ostentatious things that had to come with the papacy, with the position of being pope. And he did a lot of ordinary things. I was just watching a report sometime this morning where I found out that Pope Francis called a Catholic church in Gaza in the last 1 year or more. He called them every night at 8 o'clock. Every night at 8 o'clock, calling them for the last time on Saturday, 2 days before his death on Easter Monday. Was this, part of that people's pope that Pope Francis had become over these years?
Yes, and I would think also that he did not just become this way when he became a pope. This has been the way he lived his life. One of the most important documents produced in the Catholic Church in Latin America is the Aparecida document, authored by Pope Francis, that emphasized what in ordinary term you will call theology of the people. That is, that it is us, not just a few of us, but all of the people. I mean, some will accuse him of being a Peronist, that populist government in Argentina that was revolutionary in trying to focus both the socio-economic programs and policies on the people. But for Pope Francis, what he did, calling Holy Trinity Church, the people in Gaza every day, was typical. Pope Francis, as many of you will remember, that on Holy Thursday, the last visit he made outside of the Vatican was to a prison. He had no energy, but he insisted on going to be with the prisoners. And while he was leaving, the journalists were asking him questions. Why do you keep on coming here? He said, every time I come here, I ask the good Lord, why them? and not me. And Pope Francis has been anti-war. He has proclaimed in several of his messages the gospel non-violence, that the future of the world cannot be built on violence, killing people, destroying people, and building arms and ammunition. So he says, when thousands of people are drowning in the Mediterranean, the stock exchange does not go down. You know, but when some people lose millions, then the stock exchange will go down. They are human beings, like he said. When I stand before a person, I'm standing on holy ground. Therefore, what was going on and what is still going on in Gaza, you remember also that 2 years ago, Pope Francis cried about the war, in the killings in Ukraine. When the first visit he went outside once he became a pope was to Lampedusa, where he wept and threw flowers into the Mediterranean as he bemoaned thousands of many people from Africa, from Syria, the Middle East, the rest of the Middle East, and other parts of the world who are drowning in the Mediterranean, migrants who have lost their way. So he has a particular love for people who are, as he normally says, at the existential peripheries of life. That's the mission that he sent some of us to meet those people who are seldomly heard from in the church. Prisoners, the elderly, people who are in detention camps, migrants, LGBTQ community members, people who have left the church, who have left the priesthood or the religious life. And for him, it's not about endorsing any lifestyle. People misunderstand him. He says 2 years ago, and that resonates with me constantly, during the World Youth Day in Lisbon, Portugal, on exactly August the 3rd, 2023, at a speech he gave to young people. He used the word 3 times, todos, todos, todos. That is saying all of us, all of us, all of us. And he asked the young people to repeat after him, all of us, that the church is for all of us. And the church is a home for all of us, because God knows each person, he says, by name. And he asked them, say again, God knows you by name. What is he doing? It is saying clearly, every human being is a child of God. What you do is also important, but first of all is to recognize that whether you are good or bad, whether you are young or old, whatever your socioeconomic status, that human beings should not just be expendable, but rather should be prized.
Okay, Father Stan, if you can hear me, let's just conclude our conversation with some insight on what you think will happen to all the initiatives that this late Pope had taken to bring the Catholic Church closer to places where people felt distant from the Catholic Church, especially his initiatives in Africa. Do you think that when we have a new Pope, that there's a tendency that this new Pope will continue on some of those initiatives that Pope Francis had initiated?
I think so, because one of the most, I think, enduring legacies of Pope Francis was the extensive consultation of all the Catholic faithful throughout the world between 2021 and last year, 2024, the Synod on Synodality. And that Synod on Synodality produced a very important document. So we are in the process of implementing the decisions, not of Pope Francis, it is the decision of the whole church, that we need to be a welcoming church, a church where everyone's gifts and talents are embraced with the same generosity, kindness, and consideration, a church of co-responsibility, a church of solidarity, and a church of synodality. That is a listening church. So those decisions are already being implemented, and there are 10 study groups that Pope Francis set up to implement and deepen the understanding of some of the decisions made. And one of the last acts of Pope Francis, even from the hospital, was to sign off that these decisions and the process of implementing the synodal decisions should now begin. It was to start in May. My hope is that the next Pope, just like Cardinal Parolin, who presided over the Mass yesterday at the Vatican, the second day of Novena Masses for Pope Francis, said the momentum started by Pope Francis should be continued, because the only way we can honor the legacy of a prophet, that is someone who saw tomorrow, is not simply to praise him or to cry at his funeral or at his death, but to do what the disciples of Jesus did, to run even farther than the master, who worked only for 3 years, and his followers have been working for 2,000 years. So Pope Francis had made his own contribution to the church. We will take the good things from it. We will take the lessons from it, especially articulated in the synodal document. And then hopefully the new Pope already has, if you like, a vademecum that can serve as a good manifesto and a roadmap for the future of Catholicism and the world.
Understand. Thank you for your time. And I know how passionate you've been about the work you and your colleagues have done with the Pope, and I know how sad this period is for you. Thank you for joining us, and we hope that people like you will continue to write and then to look for that silent majority in the church.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And joining me now is the past District Rotaract representative, Alan Ntambi. Alan is in Nigeria for some Rotaract work. Alan, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, sir.
How was your trip?
My trip was fantastic. It's been a couple of learning and good experiences in Nigeria.
So why are you in Nigeria?
I am here in Nigeria. One, I came to attend, I was invited to attend the Nigerota, the National Rotaract Conference. Nigeria has 6 districts, Rotary districts. Actually, it's the only country with such number of districts in Africa. Mm-hmm. And I was interested to come and see what the young people are doing down here in Nigeria, but also share with them best practices on how best we can grow ourselves as young people while we transform our communities.
Well, Rotaract spans more than 180 countries and territories. Yeah. From your leadership experience, what do you believe unites young leaders globally, and what unites them even beyond the cultural, the political, and the social differences? What is that magic binding factor that holds young people together to serve?
Now, what brings us together is the common goal, the service to humanity. Mm-hmm. The fact that we come together and we forget our religious affiliations. We forget our political affiliations. Mm-hmm. We forget our own needs, but look out to the greater good to build the communities that we live in. Because I want to say some of us, most of us young people that are in Rotaract are privileged to be where we are. But then what worries us is the communities we live in. If we do not sustain them, if we do not help them catch up, get closer to where we are, then we are equally in a danger. And it's what every other person out there needs to be looking out. Because yes, you will hide in your fence and you have the security at your gate. But what about when you walk out of your gate on the streets?
What happens to you?
What happens to you? Yes, you're looking good. You're taking care of your own children. You're taking them to good schools. That's perfect, thank you. But guess what? Your daughter, your son, is going to meet that other person, young person, who has not been brought up well, who has been brought up in a very hard life. And they are bringing you such a person as your daughter-in-law, as your son-in-law, not cultured, not given the opportunity you gave your children. Eventually, it is catching up with you. So
somehow it will rub off on you.
Definitely. Now, Rotaract gives us an opportunity to address that.
Okay, let me talk about you. You're a young person.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering why you had to travel all the way, thousands of miles, doing Rotary and Rotaract work. What is inspiration? What drives you?
I have grown up as a young man. At a certain point, I have also been in need. I remember I was almost dropping out of school. My father is a retired army officer in Uganda. And then at one point, he could not pay for my school fees. But I'd associated with Rotary as an Interact. I know Rotary has several levels. The Interact Club for young people in high school, the Rotaract Club for young people, young professionals and tertiary institutions, then Rotary. So I'd associated with Rotary as a young person. Then I knew if I dare drop out of school, then I'll not have an opportunity. There will not be space for me in the Rotary fraternity. But getting the opportunity then to get better, then I thought I also need to help other people see things the way I see them, making them get better. For example, I was in Ghana last week. I am here in Nigeria, but also I have a job. I'm employed somewhere. So what inspires me is seeing other young people every day get better, other young people transforming themselves. And you know, we keep telling young people, our elders keep telling us that young people are the future of tomorrow's leaders, are the future's leaders. Maybe I should pose a question here. When is the future? And where is it? Because yesterday we addressed today as tomorrow, right? And then tomorrow, and then we can say tomorrow. And certainly we just have a few minutes to tomorrow, which will now become the today. So that's what inspires me, telling the young people that, you know, now there's nothing like the future. It's not there. The future is now. And if we are the leaders of the future, that means we are the leaders of today. So let's start now to make the world we want to see.
That leads me to asking, are the young people ready to lead today and lead tomorrow? I mean, we see a lot of slacking on the part of young people. Drugs, cults, alcoholism, prostitution, and this, what some people have called generational selfishness. Are they really ready to lead today and lead tomorrow?
You know, I would say readiness is relative. But also readiness is it's not a one-day thing. You need to have a starting point. Where is the starting point? And the starting point is now. It's now, everywhere, wherever you are. It's now. There is never going to be a readiness or you being ready unless you start now. If you cannot speak to people, if you cannot stand in the crowd and say a word, we are saying start now. How do you say good morning or good evening to your parent? How do you say hi guys? How do you mobilize your friends to do something? And that's what inspires me. That's why I'm in Nigeria. Nigeria's GDP last I checked was at $358 billion. Where I come from, our GDP is just $48 billion in Uganda. But when I look at the Rotary and Rotaract in Uganda, I want to believe there is something my Nigerian friends and family can learn from Uganda. And that's why I came to touch base with them, telling them that, you know what, we can do this. And I'm telling them it's just a matter of looking at priorities. What are your life's priorities? What is it that you want to see? And after knowing what you want to see, or even what you want to know, then the how becomes easier. But when you know the what and understand why you need to do it, then answering the how becomes easy. Because you have now you know what you want to do, and then you're convicted by the why. You know, if I don't do this, this is what will come. So that answers your why. So young people in drugs, yes, they are there. And maybe I want to go back to our leaders. And when I say our leaders, I go back to our parents. I go back to our leaders at where we work from. I go back to our teachers. The mentorship we get. The unfortunate bit of it is that many people has classified mentorship as me sitting in front of you and you speak to me. And I want us to have a different dimension looking at mentorship for young people. And this is my appeal to our elders. Please, let's look at mentorship differently now. What you want us to become, please do that. Let's just watch you do it.
Leading by example.
Lead by example. Please don't tell us to do it. You want us to dress well, decently, dress decently. You want us to be not to be corrupt people, don't be corrupt. You don't want us to lie, don't lie, because certainly we know when you're lying. And that way, Africa will be secured.
Ntambi, is that not what they call buck passing? You know, I'm talking about the challenges that a lot of young people are having, and probably what people of your generation are doing to make that better. And you're pushing the buck to parents and the older ones.
I am actually not pushing it. The Africans,
because
where I come
the
from,
the implication of what you're saying is that we are not leading by example.
Where I come from, we have a saying, that the old bird teaches the young bird how to fly. Even I am a father. Most of the things I see my young daughter doing at home, I clearly see it is a replica of either my behavior or the mother's behavior. Because she learns firsthand by seeing, by observing.
Okay. How about those that are already caught in the web? Maybe some people around them have not led by example, have not set the right, put them on the right track, had not shown them the right way. and they are caught in the web. Let's talk about the kind of work Rotary will do in those directions.
And that's why some of us are here. That's why we have the 4,500 Rotaractors in Nigeria, in the 6 districts.
Mm-hmm.
And they are coming to the communities, to the fellow young people, to tell them that, look, I am here, I am your age, I am your age mate. I am not using the drugs and I'm surviving. I am comfortably okay. Okay? I don't have the much money that you think you should be having right now. But you know what? I wake up every day diligently and go to work. When I'm given work to do at my workplace, I am very responsible to deliver. That's what young people in Rotaract do. The first goal of Rotaract is to develop professional and leadership skills. And the second one is to emphasize respect for the right of others and promote ethical standards. Now, these ethical standards are the examples we portray out to the young people. And I want to tell employers out there, if you want the right person to employ, look into Rotaract. You will be amazed.
That's some PR you're doing.
I mean, look into Rotaract. Be very deliberate. Into Rotaract.
Is it because of the kind of training?
Because of the mentorship.
Ghana from...
Because of the training. And imagine they are doing these kind of works not paid. For example, I led Rotaract in my district as DRR. And one of the things I did most was public image, public relations, marketing the organization. So after my year as a district Rotaract representative, I was invited for a job at one of the universities in Uganda. The professor is a Rotarian and he told me my university is struggling with public image. I told him I have not done PR for an organization. He told me, I've seen you doing it and I know you will do it. Now, young people have skills that need to be put to use. And that's where young people in Rotaract, you see them going for medical camps. You see them using their skills, teaching. I attended a project in Ghana last week where I saw young people teaching the communities to make shoes, to make money. Where I saw young people teaching young girls how to make sanitary pads. I saw young people teaching the communities how to make liquid soap, empowering them economically. And then I see governments, I don't know in Nigeria, but back home, I see governments spend a lot of money on empowering communities with such skills. Sometimes the money never goes where it's supposed to go. But then these young people are coming in. So our role as young people in Rotaract, and why I think every parent should consider having their children join Rotaract, is the change of mindset, the commitment to do work, being community aware. That's what Rotaract does.
Today's young people are really what we could call people of the digital age. Mm-hmm. And you know, the world is their forte. You know, they are globally minded. Yeah. And you see them very passionate about change. And I'm asking, how is your organization leveraging, you know, on technology, innovation, and collaboration to empower this new generation of young people? How are you doing that?
Now, at Rotaract Africa, when I came into office as president, I realized that we have some lot of untapped potential. We have over 19,000 young people in Rotaract Africa, in 47 African countries. And I was like, what do we use these numbers for? So that they are not just numbers. And then I realized we have so many young professionals. We have those in the tech world like me. I'm a data and software engineer.
Okay.
We have those in the teaching profession. We have those in the medical world, in the all the sectors of life. So, and I'm telling them, how can I be in Uganda and I impact someone in Liberia without going there? And that's where the digital world comes in. We are creating what we call, for example, the Rotaract Africa Leadership Academy. Free of charge.
Is it virtual?
Virtual. It's virtual. Then I reach out to experienced leaders like you. I tell you, know what, you do not have to leave Nigeria. Can you give us an hour of a lecture online? And then I'll give you the audience. I'll put together 1,000 young people. You speak to them all over Africa. And you're offering your services to these young people, but you would have impacted the generation in Africa. Digital. We are asking them, come, let's learn some skills. Okay? You have a Facebook page of 5,000 followers. Instead of posting a picture when you're at maybe a food hub somewhere, telling us how you're enjoying chicken, why don't you ask Signaturetv to influence for Signaturetv? Tell them, you know what, I have 5,000 followers. I'd like to be posting Signaturetv's programs on my platform. And then you can get money, because trust me, Signaturetv has a budget for public relations. Even what it does most is still offer platforms for businesses to grow, for communities to grow. So you would have widened Signaturetv's reach. And that's what we are telling young people, use these platforms. You have your Instagram, you have 10,000 followers. How are you making money out of it? And this is one of the programs now we are doing with the young people in Africa.
Okay, looking ahead, what bold dreams and innovations do you envision for the Rotaract movement in the next maybe decade, especially as we lead this group in Africa?
Recently we had a discussion on our forum, having a strategy about Rotaract at 2030. We have over 45,000 Rotarians on the African continent. And then we have the 19,000 young people between the age of 18 to maybe 30 Rotaractors. And these are the future Rotarians. So our dream is to see these young people get into work, get into the job market as professionals, people of integrity, people of goodwill, people that are community aware. And what is this going to do? It's not just a solution for Rotaract. It's a solution for the African continent. You should be knowing about the 4-way tests of the things we think, say, or do. First, is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? When I'm trying to do something, is it fair to other people, or is it only fair to me? Will it build goodwill? And if we ask young people, we're asking young people to lead their life reflecting on these principles, so that we can, it's not just about Rotaract, but have a continent, have communities that are not selfish, it's not just about them, but it's also about the others. That way we are building a community of people of integrity that are going to run our continent.
Alan Ntambi, that's a beautiful way to end our conversation. And I must thank you for coming on the show.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me today.
But before I let you go, tonight, your presence here has reminded us that real leadership is born not from power, but from service and vision. Across every border, young leaders are building the future with courage, hope, and unity. As the world mourns the passing of His Holiness the Pope, and as the conclave prepares to choose the next spiritual guide, we are reminded that the call for compassionate, borderless leadership is greater than ever. May we rise to the challenge, and may hope continue to light our way forward. Let's keep believing in the power of service and the dream of our united world. I won't let you go until I leave you with this.
Oh. Thank you.
And that's our program for tonight. I've been Martin Obiora Ilu from ENUGU in Nigeria. Thanking you for watching and asking you that we have to do this again tomorrow night at 11 p.m.
Thank you. It's been an honor. Thank you for having me, sir. Thank you. And thank you for supporting the young people. I'm informed.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, Tinubu bans importation of foreign goods, unveils new industrialization policy. NIMET predicts 3-day haziness, thunderstorms from Tuesday. U.S. puts sanctions on Myanmar warlord and militia linked to cyber scams. And gold mining suspended in Peru's north after 13 miners killed. Details in a moment.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Stakeholders have backed President Bola Tinubu's ban on foreign goods, noting that it would boost Dangote's refinery, innocent vehicles manufacturing, and other indigenous businesses amidst the sleeping Nigerian economy. The Chief Executive Officer of the Center for Promotion of Private Enterprise, Muda Yusuf, the CEO of SD and D Capital Management, Bolade Idakolo, and the Board of Trustees, Chairman of the Coalition of South-South Chambers of Commerce, and Billy Gillies Harry, made their stands known in the separate interviews on Monday. This is following the decision by the Federal Executive Council to ban foreign goods by federal government ministries, departments, and agencies. Announcing the developments, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, told journalists at the presidential villa that the initiative, tagged the Nigerian First policy, is aimed at strengthening the country's economy by prioritizing locally manufactured goods and services. President Bola Tinubu has ordered a ban on importation of foreign goods, especially those that can be produced locally in Nigeria. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, made the disclosure in a meeting chaired by the President and at the Council chambers of the Presidential Villa on Monday. Tinubu also placed a caveat on expatriates coming into Nigeria to execute jobs which local contractors and artisans can undertake unless there is convincing justification for it, including express permission from the Bureau of Public Procurement, BPP. According to Idris, the decision, which is aimed at strengthening Nigeria's domestic economy and promoting local content, approved the sweeping new policy framework tagged the Renewed Hope Nigeria First policy. Idris described the policy as a bold shift in the country's economic approach. He also noted that the policy places Nigeria at the center of all public procurement and business activity, with a strong emphasis on empowering local industries and reducing dependency on foreign imports. The minister disclosed that the Attorney General of the Federation has been directed to draft an executive order to give full legal effect to the new framework. The Nigeria First policy comes amid economic reforms being pushed by the Tinubu administration, including subsidy removals, a new foreign exchange regime, and efforts to restore investor confidence. By making local content central to government spending, the administration hopes to drive job creation, industrial growth, and sustainable economic development. The renewed Hope Nigeria First policy is expected to take effect as soon as the executive order is signed by President Tinubu. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajudeen Gaba, says the adoption of renewable energy is one sure way of ensuring energy access and diversification of the country's economy. The Speaker made the remark while declaring open the first legislative conference and expo on renewable energy in Nigeria, organized by the House Committee on Renewable Energy and the United Nations Development Programme (UNDP) in Lagos. Abbas noted that the transition to renewable energy is an economic necessity that holds substantial implications for national policy as it helps to decrease vulnerability to global fuel price fluctuations. The chairman of the House Committee on Renewable Energy, Victor Ogene, said renewable energy as an emerging sector in Nigeria has garnered significant attention from the government as a key solution to electricity power supply challenges. The UNDP President-elect Representatives Elsie Atafua stated that energy is the foundation for Nigeria's economic diversification, without which the much-desired industrial transformation cannot be achieved. The event was with kidnappings, banditry, and attacks across the country becoming real and present danger. The big question has become, should Nigerians be allowed to bear arms to defend themselves? Correspondent Nasiru Usman reports from the streets of Abuja.
Amid rising insecurity in parts of Nigeria, a former Minister of Defense, Theophilus Danjuma, has called Nigerians to defend themselves against bandits. But is arm bearing the best way to save ourselves as Nigerians? Today, we are on the streets of Abuja to get the opinion of Nigerians.
Without mincing words, I will say yes, because everybody knows the situation that we are facing in Nigeria regarding insecurity. Truly, to be candid, I am one of the advocates clamoring for state policy, because like we have youths, gallant youths that can really help this country in tackling insecurity. Yes, because in my area, in my clan, or let's say in my district or hamlet, we have places that somebody from Lagos, if it's being posted there, does not know the terrain where all these bad people are, or will not even know what is happening in the community. But my people know what is happening, so they can help in tackling insecurity in one way or the other.
Very, very serious. It's a serious issue, like Benue State. No, I don't support that, because if we do that, it's going to cause a more war. Because a normal man on the street can get angry and bring out gun from the pocket and shoot somebody down. So I don't support it.
Nigerians should be allowed to bear firearms. I would like to have my own gun. For example, I stay at Buhari. I can't go home once it is late. I'm scared. And once it is late, 5:30, 6, I can't leave Buhari, because I'll be checking what time will I get back. It's everywhere is something else now. I have to be careful where I enter, even in this Abuja. I have to be careful where I enter. It's bad now, especially if you want to be a farmer. You can't farm again. You have to be careful. And you go into a secluded environment, a quiet area inside of bush or something. Somebody can just meet you there and you don't know what's next. So Nigerians should be allowed to have their own equipment, their own weapons, their own firearms, so that they can defend themselves. This is the only way we can preserve our lands, preserve ourselves, our lives, because the government has proved to us time and again that they are not interested in our well-being, they are not interested in our safety, they are not interested in anything that has to do with the common man. provided it does not serve their selfish interest or political interest.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Because it's going to cause chaos, afterwards. It's not by bearing the arms to defend. Most people now have interior motives to use it for stealing and other uncalled activities.
Nigeria insecurity, of course, is getting worse because last year more worse than this. Well, I may not want to say that because it's not that simple to say. But if the situation is not arrested, of course, that's the eventual outcome you get. Whether it is support or not, people will do that, they will process it somehow.
I'm not in support of carrying God for people or something like that. It's not. It's getting worse because no work for the youth. That is why this kidnapping of a thing is rampant now. They never issue license now. So many people get gone for house already without government authority. Talkless government come up and say we should be carrying gun, something like that. We will kill ourselves at the end of the day.
The insecurity that is happening in our country is not palatable at all because it's people's life that is going on, it's precious blood that is wasting. I think there's something like, I was somewhere, somebody said, you see this blood that is wasting, it's speaking somewhere. I know blood is sacred. That's what I believe. Say, you have to be proactive, not to be reactive. Yes, I know that they have said we should carry firearms and all that, but if everyone start carrying firearms, if this person look for my trouble, the next thing is share. I know that is at the long run is for defense mechanism.
That's the opinion of Nigerians. From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
The Federal Ministry of Finance has vehemently refuted recent online reports alleging irregularities in the award of contracts amounting to 13 billion naira between February and June 2024. In a statement on Monday, the ministry dismissed the claims as unfounded and malicious, reaffirming its unwavering commitment to transparency and due process in all its operations. The online report suggested that the ministry, under the leadership of Minister and the Minister of Finance and coordinating the Minister of the Economy, Wale Adun, and Permanent Secretary Lydia Shehu Jafia, violated procurement procedures. Responding with a firm denial, the ministry emphasized that every contract awarded during the stated period, including those under the Presidential Initiative on Compressed Natural Gas, PICNG, fully complied or applied with the Public Procurement Act and all applicable laws. Director of Information and Public Relations Mohammed Manga, who signed the statements, reaffirmed that the ministry will continue to champion openness and accountability. He also cautioned the media against the dissemination of unverified information, urging responsible journalism and vowing that the ministry will not hesitate to seek legal redress against any false and defamatory reports. And Justice S.C. Origi of the FCT High Court's Maitama on Monday admitted more evidence against former Aviation Minister Hadi Sirika. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) is prosecuting the former minister alongside his daughter Fatima Sirika, son-in-law Jalal Suleh Hamma, and Al Burak Global Investment Limited on amended 6-count charge bordering on abuse of office to the tune of 2.7 billion naira. A statement by the EFCC spokesperson Dele Oyewale said that during Monday's proceedings, Prosecution Counsel A.O. Atolabe presented the 9th prosecution witness. Led in his testimony by Prosecution Counsel and the witness, a retired General Manager, Administration and Human Resources of the Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Authority, disclosed that he received a letter from the EFCC regarding investigation on the third defendant, Hamma, in his capacity as GM Administration and Human Resources, requesting that NNRA furnish the Commission with information about Hamma. He further disclosed that a few months later, the authority received a letter from the midstream and downstream oil sector also requesting information about Hamma, to which he also replied. Information on Hamma he sent to the Commission included a letter of appointment, letter of request for withdrawal of service, approval for withdrawal of service, indication that Hamma paid 1 month in lieu of notice of disengagement, and list of the authority's properties in his possession, which he returned. On the issue of payments for certified true copies, the judge held that the documents cannot be rejected simply on that basis, and ordered that the fees be paid for certified true copies of the document The matter was adjourned till May 6, 2025 for continuation of trial. Up ahead, ENUGU residents struggle for clean water despite state's push for 120 million litres daily. FCT doctors embark on 3-day strike, give Wike ultimatum. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Despite efforts by the ENUGU state government to provide potable water across the state, residents continue to face significant challenges in accessing clean and reliable water supply. High cost of water from vendors with 500 gallons averaging 16,000 naira and vandalism of water facilities have further frustrated efforts. In this special report, Chinere Mikebudam examines the water situation in ENUGU amidst a notable increase in water production to 120 million litres daily.
ENUGU has struggled with water scarcity, particularly in urban areas. Despite its natural resources, the state's mountainous terrain and aging infrastructure have contributed to the challenge. This has led to residents in some areas resulting to using unreliable and potentially contaminated water sources, highlighting the need for improved access to clean and safe water. Governor Peter Mbah campaigned on providing access to potable water within his first 180 days in office, a promise that resonates with citizens who had long struggled with inconsistent water supply. While the government's efforts have led to increased water production, residents expressed concern that many homes still lack access to piped water, while some areas experience irregular water flow, undermining the promise of reliable water.
Thanking him for the promises he made, and he fulfill it by giving any good people water. But the one he keep in our area, well, he's trying, but the tap is not rushing well.
People have been complaining that at least as since I've started doing it, they're supposed to do it in a way people will enjoy it. It doesn't rush every day, and when it starts rushing, it doesn't rush fast.
Of the water that he provided, some parts is not rushing for now, but we are benefiting from it. I wish the government should still try hard to make it available every now and then for other people to also benefit from it.
Director of Corporate Communications at ENUGU State Water Corporation, Romanus Anike, attributed the inconsistency in water supply, particularly in the urban metropolis, to vandalism of water infrastructure.
Governor is aware that some people cannot afford water now. That is why, for the interim, he decided to have water garages. And these water garages will serve the poor people within the area that cannot afford water connection now. Then, but the problem we have is that these water garages have been vandalized.
In an interview with the Commissioner for Water Resources, Felix Nnamani, he outlined the government's achievement to boost water production. These achievements he attributed to the re-equipping of functional boreholes at the 9th Mile ultra-modern water facilities and the rehabilitation of the augmentation station, which was previously damaged by erosion in Oji River.
ENUGU is generating 120 million litres of water, which is more than enough for what we need within the metropolis for our consumption and for our use. Be that as it is, I could say that production is done right. Transmission is also, done up to 70%. You know that the original transmission line that we had from the 9 miles to the twin tank at the Milken Hill can only take up to 60 to 70 million litres. So we're not able to convey all the waters already produced. But be that as it is, a second, His Excellency has approved and then awarded contracts to TLD to do a second transmission line to enable us now convey the 120 million liters to ENUGU for our consumption and for our use.
As the government works towards ensuring accessible water supply in Enugu State, residents remain hopeful that their plight will be addressed in due time, bringing relief to those affected by current water challenges. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam for Signaturetv News.
The Association of Resident Doctors in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, has announced the commencement of a 3-day warning strike starting Tuesday. The doctors concluded to embark on the strike after their emergency Congress meeting held on Monday at Asokoro District Hospital, Abuja. Speaking after the meeting, the president of the FCT Resident Doctors, Dr. George Ebong, said the strike became necessary following the sack of 127 health workers by the FCT Civil Service Commission last Friday without due diligence. He described the sack as inhumane and illegal, demanding their immediate reinstatement and onward payment of their April salaries. He demanded the immediate resignation of the chairman of the FCT Civil Service Commission, Emeka Eze. Dr. Ebong, on behalf of the doctors, threatens that if their demands are not met within 3 days, they would embark on an indefinite strike and shut down the nation's capital hospitals. The Nigerian Postal Service has announced a series of bold reforms aimed at repositioning the organization as a modern, innovative, and digitally driven postal institution. In a statement released by its Director of Corporate Communications, Franklin Alao, on Monday, NIPOST said the reforms operating under the theme Change of Renewed Hope Best as a Post and Atmos Shores were part of efforts to align the agency with global best practices, meet the needs of Nigeria's growing digital economy, and support the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Tinubu. The postal agency stated that at the core of the transformation was a commitment to innovation, accountability, value, and service excellence. As part of the new initiative, NIPO said it would implement a performance-based rewards and recognition system to encourage excellence among staff alongside strict disciplinary measures to uphold integrity. A major feature of the reforms is the transition to a fully cashless system. Beginning from July 1, 2025, NIPO said all post office counters nationwide would no longer accept cash payments for services, adding that customers would be required to use approved electronic channels for all transactions. The Joint Campus Council of the National Association of Nigerian Students, Lagos State, has raised alarm over what it describes as a leadership vacuum and deepening neglect of students' welfare at the Federal College of Education Technical, ACOCA, calling on the federal government to take immediate action. In a statement signed by its chairman, Abdul Rahim Abdul Quadri, and the public relations officer, Ridwan Ajayi, on Monday, the students' body said the institution has been running on autopilot for over 8 months since the crisis that led to the exit of the former provost. According to the group, the situation has left students at the mercy of poor administration, insecurity, and deteriorating learning conditions. The NANS delegation, which visited FCET, ACOCA, and other institutions within the zone, expressed disappointment over what they described as a deliberate snub by key college officials. It also accused the college of marginalizing NCE students, describing them as the rightful beneficiaries of the institution, while management allegedly continues to prioritize degree programs. In response to the allegations, the college registrar Rashid Dada said that he was unaware of the claims and declined to comment further. NANS Lagos also called on the Federal Ministry of Education to intervene and resolve the leadership crisis without further delay. The statements ended with a call for renewed student-centered governance and a reminder of the association's commitment to defending the rights and welfare of Nigerian students. The Edo State government has refuted claims that it was phasing out the educational tablets introduced by the immediate past government of Godwin Obaseki to boost the e-learning program. The executive chairman of the Edo State Universal Basic Education, Onomen Goodness Briggs, who disclosed this in Benin on Monday, said the state was only replacing the content in the tablets. Briggs said the need to replace the content was due to obsolete nature of the Universal Basic Education curriculum. At the time, the contents were created by the immediate past government. She also disclosed that the tablets are for Edo State, while the contents are for consultants employed by the past government to run the program. She added that the officials of the Information and Communications Technology were already creating a portal for the contents, assuring that when finished, the state government has the potential of selling the portal to other states as well as other countries for revenue generation. People's Democratic Party (PDP) in Plateau State has commended Governor Caleb Mutfwang for reducing the state's debt profile from 134 billion naira to 94 billion naira in less than 2 years. In a statement issued on Monday by the State Publicity Secretary of the PDP, Jonathan Amande, the party described the development as a significant achievement and significant step in the right direction, which allows the state to alleviate the financial burden inherited from the previous administration. The PDP also criticized APC stakeholders for snubbing key cultural festivals recently held in the state, including Puskat, Nzem Berom, and Ulum Otarok, while praising Mutfwang for attending and promoting these events. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency has predicted haziness and thunderstorms from Tuesday to Thursday across the country. NIMET's weather outlook released on Monday in Abuja envisaged slight dust haze over parts of Katsina and Kano states during the forecast period on Tuesday. It anticipated thunderstorms over parts of Taraba and Adamawa states during the afternoon and evening hours. According to the agency, the thunderstorms are anticipated over parts of Osun, Ekiti, Ondo, Oyo, Osun, Edo, Abia, Imo, Bayelsa, Lagos, Delta, Rivers, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom states later in the day. NIMET predicted cloudy skies on Wednesday with spells of sunshine over the northern states throughout the forecast period. According to NIMET, sunny skies with patches of cloud are expected over the northern region throughout the forecast period on Thursday. It anticipated sunny skies with patches of cloud over the north-central region during the morning hours. It advised the public to take necessary precautions as dust particles are in suspension and people with respiratory issues ought to be cautious of the present weather conditions. Still to come, Israel's Netanyahu monitors strikes on Houthis targets in Yemen. Lisbon residents uncertain as Portuguese election campaign begins. These and more after the break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv. News in your pocket.
The United States imposed sanctions on Monday on a Myanmar warlord, his two sons, and the militia he leads for facilitating cyber scams, human trafficking, and cross-border smuggling, the Treasury Department said. The Treasury said the warlords saw Cheat Tu, the Karen National Army that he heads, as a central figure in a network of illicit and highly lucrative cyber scam operations targeting Americans. Hundreds of thousands of people have been trafficked by criminal gangs across Southeast Asia in recent years and forced to work in scam operations, according to the United Nations. Washington has imposed multiple rounds of sanctions on Myanmar junta and its sources of income since the military toppled the elected government of Nobel laureate Aung San Suu Kyi in February 2021, igniting a spiraling civil war. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump signed an executive order on Monday that aims to reduce the time it takes to approve pharmaceutical plants in the country as part of new regulations to encourage domestic manufacturing. Trump signed the order during an event in the Oval Office in which he also told reporters he would make announcements in the coming weeks on the cost of drugs as well as pharmaceutical tariffs. Last month, the Trump administration launched probes into imports of pharmaceuticals and semiconductors as it looks to impose tariffs on both sectors on grounds that extensive reliance on foreign production of medicine and sheep is a national security threat. On Monday, Trump also signed an order that bans federal funding for gain-of-function research that typically enhances pathogens.
We're going to have a big announcement next week on some of this kind of thing, but more related to costs, the costs of medicines and drugs, because we're being ripped off, as you know, very badly, being ripped off compared to the rest of the world.
The conduct of this dangerous gain-of-function research, which aims at taking pathogens and making them more virulent, more transmissible in humans, many scientists believe is responsible for the COVID pandemic. The conduct of this research does not protect us against pandemics, as some people might say. It doesn't protect us against other nations. What it does is there's always a danger that in doing this research, it might leak out just by accident even, and cause a pandemic. Any nation that engages in this research endangers their own population as well as the world.
U.S. President Donald Trump has said he was unsure why Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney was coming to see him on Tuesday. Carney said on Friday, he would be in Washington on Tuesday for what he expects will be a difficult but constructive talks with U.S. President Donald Trump, who is accused of trying to break Canada.
He's coming to see me. I'm not sure what he wants to see me about, but I guess he wants to make a deal. Everybody does. They all want to make a deal because we have something that they all want. We have something that they all want. China wants to make a deal very badly. You see what's happening to China. China's being decimated, and I don't want that to happen. But they have to make a fair deal. We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars a year. We were losing think of it, on our trade policies with Biden. We're losing $5